Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on July 14th. Big World Cup games. There's CPI too. Should kind of mention that. But big World Cup games today and tomorrow. CPI today. Warsh is speaking in front of Congress. Yeah, it's kind of a big day. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And the man on the big screen, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. We had bank earnings out this morning, and just imagine a world where you could trade J.P. Morgan, Bank of America as a single stock future this morning.
Yeah, I just imagine that 2 weeks coming. It's a good time to plug. July 27, single stock futures are coming. Yes, they are. We'll have more details on that. Of course, we're going to have some of those available immediately on day one here on NinjaTrader. And so, yeah, we'll release more information as we know. But July 27th appears to be the date. Let's hope that happens. There's been a little pushback on it. I know we've been moved a couple times, but we're ready for them. When they come, we're ready. Quick look at the tape, then we'll get to Shai with the news. This morning, the divergence continues, everybody. It's nothing new. I mean, we've seen it since the beginning of the month. I mean, this morning now, NASDAQ is up. Russell's flat. S&P is pretty much flat, and Dow is down. Back and forth we go, right? If you like choppy, mean reversion type style tapes, the equity indexes are for you. Metals as well, a little choppy this morning. Again, gold is up, still hanging on to 4,000. Silver's around 58. Platinum 1,600. Just out of favor right now. Just not really highlighted. And as we know,
Copper's up.
I mean, it's 637. I mean, I've covered my stuff for a while ago. The chart to me just looks sideways now, but we'll maybe talk more about that. Bond market's flat now. Was down earlier, now back to flat. Obviously, everything's going to come down to CPI this morning. We'll wait and see what happens. What's the big story? Again, oil. Oil is bid. It's the bottom line. And with oil being bid, we talked about this yesterday. From the beginning of the month, if you just look at what's happened, what are the trends that are in play? Oil continues to trend higher. Bonds continue to trend lower, and that obviously is playing off of each other, and it's impacting the rest of the tape. But all of that could change this morning with CPI, which we will be covering. But before we get to that, Shai, the news.
All right. So we had a new round of attacks on Iran overnight. We have tanker transits down to 1. Strait is effectively closed. I can say that for a fact now. U.S. has reinstated the naval blockade as of 4 p.m. Eastern yesterday. Now, when Trump posted that and talked about the blockade, he also demanded a 20% reimbursement on cargo shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, which would be roughly $30 million on each full VLCC super tanker carrying oil based on current oil prices. And Iran had been charging as much as $2 million per voyage, and Trump seems sure that any ship that we help will be more than happy to pay that fee. We had a wild night in the Kospi. We had SK Hynix. First, it plunged, and then it climbed more than 3%, underscoring kind of the extreme volatility gripping the world's biggest beneficiary of the artificial boom. The company started down 9% at one point and then ended the day up 3%. Samsung ended the day up 3%, Kospi up 0.7%. So we did see that pull up the NASDAQ overnight. Let's talk about the bond market since we just mentioned that. Traders have ramped up bets for July interest rate hike ahead of the U.S. inflation data today and more testimony on the state of the economy. That'll be at 10 a.m. Eastern. Rising rate expectations are both evident in interest rate options, where the market implied chance of a quarter point hike later this month climbed to about 50% from less than 10%, and in the U.S. government bonds, and then 2-year Treasury notes yield, obviously more sensitive than longer-dated maturity debt. is still sitting above 4.25% today, exceeding the policy rate by a widening margin. So it'll all come down to Washington CPI, I guess, today, on how that
biggest
tends
number
to flip
ever
until the next one. But news from Samsung. Samsung is exploring a potential offering of American depository receipts, according to people familiar with the matter. The company has held preliminary discussions with banks, but hasn't yet made a decision whether to proceed or not. That would be another volatile stock in the index if that does happen. We had IBM reported preliminary quarterly sales results that missed analyst estimates this morning. The CEO said clients had shifted their capital spending to servers, storage, and memory to head off industry-wide supply shortages, hurting spending in the company's software. Now, IBM's kind of tried to refashion itself into a high-growth software company through several acquisitions. But its new focus has made it a target for investors concerned that artificial intelligence tools will replace many current software products. So we had shares falling 20% in pre-market, which is the worst daily crash for IBM since the bursting of the dot-com bubble. It is also bringing down other software stocks in sympathy with it today, including Microsoft. We have, so I've got to have some bear porn for Craig this morning.
He loves bear porn.
BofA had their survey out today, and they warned that stock bulls should consider curbing aggressive buying. Asset allocators have become extremely bullish, a typical warning sign for markets, with cash levels falling to an uber low level of 3.6%, down from 4.1% last month, saying positioning on U.S. equities is now at the highest level since December 2024 and a net 24% overweight. They said the BofA Bull Bear Indicator is at an extreme bull reading of 9.4, and they say to reduce equity and high beta exposure, saying there are upside risks in the summer. So there you go. And then other in AI news, we do have TSMC and ASML reporting tomorrow night. They're in Taiwan, but that's going to be an important measure because they're kind of the two biggest chip stocks to start reporting.
Jimmy, when you look at COT data, is the market, I mean, I'm looking at mine, is the market saying it's over-positioned over the longest bets in COT data for ES, NQ, and RTY? I'm looking at ES, and I'm like, it's only got non-reporting long, 109,000. You got large specs, short 42K, and commercial short 66K. So it's to me, it's that's a nothing burger. I mean, maybe take a look at that. I'm just curious when people are saying it's,
Yeah, open interest for both of these. I mean, for the specs as well as the hedgers, it's this contracting. It's like driving towards zero on both sides of the aisle there, suggesting everyone's taking positions off.
But that's for the index markets. If they're talking about the broader, their cash levels are down because they're invested in single stocks, over-invested perhaps in the AI tech or something like that.
I know. I was just curious because when people say, hey, we're overbought, or we're to this point of where everyone's super bullish, when they show those indicators, I mean, I just go to the COT data. I mean, I look at it every other week or month or whatever, and head to Jason Shapiro, we've got his indicator on here, and I think it's really good. It gives you that perspective. But when you look at the futures, they're not really the futures. Yeah, they're not really determining too much there. It's kind of where we feel we are. Sideways kind of here. Thoughts on the overnight tape?
Coming in this morning, obviously it's a midsummer macro nerd Super Bowl, right? You get the Waller. I mean, you had Waller comments yesterday. It was kind of teed up the CPI today. And so he insinuated that a hotter than expected number this morning could really push him in the direction of a rate hike, possibly as early as the July meeting. So we get that at 8:30. Then we get Warsh speaking to Congress, and he'll have to kind of respond to what was determined or what was figured out at 8:30. And so we could be in a situation where a hotter than expected print really starts to push the narrative for a sooner rather than later rate hike. On the flip side, if we get a cooler print, he'll be able to assuage all concerns that hiking is imminent, and the markets, I think, will like that too, because we've traveled a bit into this print, right? Yields are on the highs or very close to the highs. The dollar has rallied, and so we've moved a fair bit. But the expectations are for a soft print from the headline perspective, negative 0.1 month-over-month headline, only 0.2% core. So we'll see what happens. But I think more importantly, earnings are here. J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo, blowout numbers. Stocks are trading down pre-market. IBM, negative pre-announce. We haven't heard a negative pre-announce from anybody in the tech space, really anywhere in quite some time. Stock's down 20%. So keep an eye on these earnings, right? You mentioned expectations are high coming into the second quarter reporting season. And so, yes, the numbers are going to be good, but we were here, right? And so if expectations don't really deliver and the stocks react negatively, you kind of throw onto the mix negative earnings reactions to a strong dollar tape, to an elevated interest rate environment with crude rallying. It's a lot. It's a lot for the tape to keep going. Here we know that we're in a positive gamma regime for the next couple of days, but into next week, that supportive positioning starts to push behind us. We're through expiry. The buyback window is closed, and so we're in a little bit of a precarious spot here if this inflation data comes in warm. And the market starts to say, okay, Fed, show us that you're credible here. Time to raise rates possibly as soon as the end of this month.
I mean, do we really think that's going to happen? I mean, how hot does this number have to come in, Shai?
I would say, it would have to be above the prior that I think they would consider even a rate hike. That it would almost force their hand. They would almost have no choice.
You feel the same way?
Yeah, I think really you have to look at the core number, 0.2% core. I think if we got a 0.03% month-on-month core, that'd be higher than last month's core. I think that would be something. I think that'd be enough to get Waller to come in and say, look, he said yesterday, we've had a series of warmer than expected inflation prints. If we got another one for June reported today, that would be 3-4 months in a row that we've been running elevated here. That would be that'd be a concern.
And he's already been concerned that we've been running over their 2% for the last 5 years. And so,
are you going to be rushing to Kalshi to say that we're going to do a rate hike?
Yes, I will.
Hey, a rate hike, France 2-team parlay.
It's a good combo
for today.
I like that combo.
It's a combo.
Oh my! Well, the CME Fed funds tool actually has kind of reduced its probability of a July cut down to 36% now. It was in the 40s yesterday.
Oh, yeah. And as we speak this morning, right now, I'm assuming a lot of this movement is just anticipation of CPI. Nothing really moving this. Nothing telling us that this tape should be moving for any significant reason. Is there, Shai and Craig? Nothing, right? Yeah, I mean, you're seeing S&P up 15 now. NASDAQ's up 100. Russell's negative on the day. Dow has already been negative on the day. Jimmy, when we look at the tape, again, crude oil is the one that remains steadily bid. Bond market remains steadily offered. Kind of a mixed bag in metals and equity indexes. Dollar a little bit weaker today. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, with respect to crude oil, I don't think it cares what CPI is right now, right? So, I mean, we just had this, day after day after day rally. It's all about the hostilities over there. So that might be a little bit independent of what happens. But I'm looking at the 10-year notes, man. I mean, last night, we ticked to the calendar year lows in the 10-year note, creating this great double bottom right now. We have a baby candle here. And if this market is anticipating anything, it's anticipating some heat. I mean, this is at the annual lows right now, with no relief in sight.
And you got 3 months SOFR at lows.
Yep, that chart is nasty looking.
Yeah, I mean, just so you guys know, if you don't know what that means, it just means it's anticipation of higher rates. When you got bond markets, 3 months SOFR, 10-year at lowest they've been, markets anticipating rate hikes. again, and I mean, we heard it from Donnie yesterday. I think that we all know what President Trump wants, right? He wants rates lower. We know why he appointed Warsh. At least we think we do. We'll see what happens if today does come in hotter.
It'll definitely be a test, right? So if it does come in hotter than expected, it's going to be a really contentious FOMC meeting at the end of the month.
Oh, boy. What social media will turn into will be something to see. Craig,
could we get
yesterday,
a vote? Could we get a vote by the members that votes beyond what Warsh wants to do? I mean, could there be a lack of consensus?
Well, yeah. He's not getting rid of the dot plot yet, so
team dissension.
They tell you who the dissenters are.
Yeah, that's what we talk about when we're playing golf, and you got a team that's not working together. You're like, team dissension. Well, we'll see. Craig, we're not in the window of weakness. I mean, in that window of weakness, typically, is like we joke, it's about that big. Yeah. But right now, we're in the window of positive gamma. Not a lot of the macro plays into what happens this week, but you do have CPI. Yeah. And again, so it's kind of contradicting like the timing, right? Because you have CPI and you don't have that window where macro really matters.
Yeah, it's not that it never matters. It just means that the bar for it to matter is high. And so we need to have a data point here that is disruptive, right? Something that would shock markets. And so you'd be able to overwhelm the supported flows that exist because we're in positive gamma and because we're close to the expiry this week, where we have all that supportive positioning and the hedges that are being bought back. And so, but you have a situation for today where the 1-2 punch of CPI and Warsh could deliver that knockout. It may not, but it just means that we need to get something that's in line today. More likely, we're going to just kind of be in this positive gamma regime for the rest of the week, and then next week we'll be able to trade a little bit truer and a little bit more in a correlated fashion. And that'll be determined by what happens with geopolitical over the weekend and a lot. I mean, look, we've barely moved. We're back at war. Oil's back above 80, and the S&P hasn't moved. That's indicative of this positive gamma regime in an expiry week, right? We've thrown a lot at the tape already, and the S&P is doing absolutely nothing. But today you kind of have two more data points that could come out that could move things. But if they're in line, then unlikely to see a lot of a dislodgement until we kind of get pushed through this week. And even Vol Siglas yesterday was mentioned. This could last until next Wednesday morning, right, when we have the VIX expiry. He's looking at that too. So
right.
That's something to keep in mind as well.
I think that's exactly right. And when we look at market environments, again, each and every morning, this is what we try to weed through for you. We give you the macro. We're going to give you what's going on in the gamma and with the options and stuff. When you look at this market environment, because the options market is not, I don't know the exact word, you correct me if I'm wrong, is just not respecting the macro as much. It's the Rodney Dangerfield week versus next week that, the market gets more, the market will respect the macro more. The stuff that's getting thrown at the tape, that's why I like oil and bonds right now. And I actually, something we haven't talked about, really go to Jimmy and then Shai on this, is metals. I mean, we all know that equity indexes are going to be choppy. We see our traders every day that are trading, live on the network. Most of them are index focused. Where the real plays right now are oil and bonds. We know that bonds are likely to move significantly on CPI. But Jimmy, where do the metals fit into here? Because where are they technically? Because to me, they could come alive in this moment.
We had ADP weekly employment change come in while we were talking to 19.7, so a little bit softer than it's been. We're kind of on a downward trend for a few weeks here now.
Oh, job market's trending down. Craig's like this.
I'm looking at that Kalshi bets right now.
Jimmy, gold, where's it playing a role today?
Yeah, I mean, gold right now, I'm not surprised at this. Gold right now is close to its yearly low right now. I mean, we're barely struggling above 4,000 right now. We're nearly to that yearly low. That's a 39.55 spot for. All the moving averages are just sloping downward, trend line sloping downward. That March 3rd swing low at 4,100 we took out handily right now. So I'm kind of bearish right here, even though I was surprised that we're up anything actually today on this. So we're up a little bit, little baby candle, though, nothing to write home about. So this is looking kind of looking kind of negative. RSI is just squirrely, kind of going zigzaggy sideways, not certain of what the momentum should be here. So gold. Silver's a little bit different, but in a similar boat. Platinum and palladium are different stories altogether, and we can get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, when he gets into the edge report. I mean, we're going to do an edge report, and then we're going to come back, and then we're going to be doing live coverage, obviously, of CPI, and we'll talk more about specifically what we think we'll be looking at. Shai will be covering it. We do what we do here, and then
I did write about gold in my morning note. If everybody should be getting it, right?
Newsletter. You better sign up. Shai will give you a scoff on the head if you're not doing it. So go there, sign up, make sure that you're in the newsletter, because we are going to be doing giveaways each and every Monday with Tanya and Selma for only those that are in the newsletter. So you got to be in there. You got to be in to win, as they say.
And it's win it.
So, Craig, again, this morning we're gonna probably ask you expectations again right after the edge report again. But here's what I mean. We're coming in today. Everyone's expecting cooler. We've already said, Shai said, unless it's like above last CPI number, like, does that really change a ton? What is your range of expectations for this number to be a market mover? Like, where does it start to be like, okay, this is something to keep an eye on?
Yeah, I think it's well known that the headline number is going to come in lower than last month and potentially even negative, given the move in oil that we've seen over the course of the last 2 months lower. So that's not really a surprise. What's been concerning for members of the Fed is the core CPI. And Waller had mentioned this yesterday, being sticky for a variety of reasons, including tariff follow-through, but specifically because of AI. And they're really starting to, more members of the Fed are pointing out that the strength in AI demand is leading to further core inflation throughout the economy, not necessarily because everybody's buying AI chips. It's just that AI chips go into a lot of electronic goods, and that used to be a deflationary sector. And now we're seeing inflation. I mean, Apple and Microsoft have raised prices 15 to 20% on major, consumer electronics. So that filters into the inflation. And so I think if we saw a core CPI print of 0.3% month on month, that would annualize to 3.6% year over year. That would be something that would be of a concern. And Waller mentioned yesterday, near term, as far as when the Fed might be hiking rates. Definition of near term for the Fed is next meeting. So the next meeting is in 2 weeks. So there would be a push here, I think, for potential of a rate hike for the July meeting. And yes, it would probably come with dissent. I don't think you'd get everybody to come on board. You may get a dovish dissent from a couple members. But I think that if you're going to raise rates, if you're concerned about inflation, get it out of the way now. Why wait until later? Why wait till it's closer to the election? If you're looking to get rates moving to stymie inflation, I think they're going to go. So if we got that 0.3 or higher for core, I think the odds of July would probably move it north of 50%. I don't think the equity market is going to particularly like that. But that's not really something that I think the Fed necessarily cares all that much about at 7,500 in the S&P.
I think it was interesting, too. Waller did say, I realize that we have been behind the curve in the past, and he doesn't want to repeat that same mistake.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, we talk about this, everybody in chat. We know that a lot of you are really focused on, the really short term. But when you have a data point like this today, it changes the market environment. We shift from market environment to market environment like it's a snap of a finger. You don't stay in these environments for too long. Today is a day where it could change what you're seeing across the board, and that helps you become a better executor of your strategy in the short term. Speaking of executing in the short term, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Let's continue the conversation on the 10-year note. This is what I'm going to be watching when this number hits right now. We have a pretty clear and decisive double bottom that we literally created yesterday and today. We tapped this calendar year low at 108.18 30 seconds. Remember, this is the longer end of the curve. Think mortgage rates when you think about the interest rates associated with the 10-year. Bear flag, broke through it. Shai called that one. Craig called that one. But right now we're hitting this double bottom. Anything could happen on a double bottom. Forget about what the textbook says. Let's go to intraday really quickly here, and I'll just have 2 days side by side right now so we can kind of see. Nice steady sell-off here. Some folks said this is an anticipation of what's going to happen today. And then today, boom, we kind of hit a pretty relatively tight range so far in the 10-year notes. And the volume profile will mature. Something's going to happen. We'll probably have a breakout one way or the other. We're just north of that 0 DTE high vol level at 108 24.30. So targets up, I'd be looking at this one-day max by Mentor Q, 108.31. This would be a decent move up for the notes. And then the high vol level at 109 even. That's also a target should things turn around. On the downside, keep an eye on that put support. That put support is at 108 in 16.30 with S1 right below that. But a breakout to the downside could actually be a little bit more violent than we expect. So keep that in mind as well. There's a lot of room to grow on the downside. Let's shoot over to crude oil, though. This has been, well, the market of the week, actually. Nice rally up here in crude oil. From the lows, we're up about 21.36%. And these lows were measured down here on the 2nd of July. And interestingly enough, from the sell-off here that we started, this swing high peak back here on June 3rd, we're almost, we're above that 38% retracement. We're almost to the 50% retracement. Previous year's highs we wick through again, and then this 150-day simple moving average, we are trading above it right now. Look at the RSI. This is momentum to the upside. Shouldn't be surprised in the way the candles look here in the chart. So crude is catching a bid for sure. There might be some downside gaps that will eventually fill, maybe never. I don't know. But just kind of looking intraday here, again, nice rally going into the close. And then, a little kind of a tight range today, not that big. If you want to measure it, low around 77.87, high around 81.26. So, it's enough to, and there's enough meat on the bone for some trades in there overnight, but still pretty tight. Let me open this up a little bit more, folks. Right now, we're looking at that 0DTE call resistance. Again, framing the top of the conversation, $81. It's, breaking through here would be key. We can get a lot of momentum to the upside if we do break through. One day max around $82. We have R2 at 82.37, and above that, a lot of room to grow here if we do get a breakout to the upside. Alternatively, if things settle down, now that we're trading below the session VWAP, really for the first time for most of the night, we do have this call resistance level at $78 to keep our eye on. The pivot down here at 76.40, and then JAX 1 at 76. So there are some room on the downside as well. We'll see what happens here. This will be probably a news cycle driven environment. Even the S&P 75.58 right now, kind of consolidating sideways. We talked about this yesterday. Moving averages are just, they're converging, they're diverging, they're pretty parallel, to be honest with you, right here. Again, we have the all-time highs as well as a target on the upside, but total doji today, nobody, it's anticipation of the 8:30, a couple minutes here, so not a lot of movement here. But intraday, we have some really good targets as well, even though we have a really tight range. Nice volume profile, by the way, picture perfect. But again, the daily pivot is framing the top of the conversation. I'd look for that high vol level, that 0DTE high vol level at 75.85. Above that, previous session's highs, and Mentor Q's one-day max is up here at 76.20. On the downside, should things turn bad, 0DT put support 75.40, and then we have S1 and S2 and JAX2 below that. I'd be looking at this 75 even number here at JAX2 as a downside target today. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shy preview of CPI.
All right, CPI for month over month, minus 0.1% is the survey. Year over year, 3.8% is the survey. Prior was 4.2%, so they are expecting lower. Core, month over month, 0.2%. That was the prior as well. That is the same expectation. And year over year, 2.8% survey, down from 2.9% prior. So across the board, they're expecting a little bit cooler.
Greg?
Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to be in a situation where we're looking at the second decimal point here for core. The market's now looking at 0.2% month on month. If it comes in at 0.25%, that's going to round to 0.3%. If it comes in at something below, so we're going to be in that infinitesimal understanding here. But we have to, the markets will react to that level of specificity here. But I don't know. I think someone mentioned in the chat that if headline inflation is moving in one direction lower because of oil and core is moving higher, it becomes harder for the Fed to hike rates. I tend to agree with that. But now oil is on the up and up again, right? We've come, we've bounced 10 to 12% off the lows in the last 2 weeks. And so that positive momentum with inflation going the other way now can flip around if oil stays bid, into this month, into the end of the month. So if headlines moving back up again and core is high, that gives the Fed a little bit more clearance to think about raising rates if we get a higher than expected print.
Yep. Chat, we've got ZN up. Why? Because it's a 10-year note. It's going to impact everything. I think Jimmy's spot on for having that chart up. I challenge all of you to put up the bonds and ZN to be watching that during these times
100%.
because they're going to be the ones that lead. Here we go.
Much weaker. Much weaker.
Much cooler. Look at
Much
gold.
cooler.
Look at gold.
Month over month, 0.4%, much lower than expected. Core month over month, 0.0%. Year over year, 3.5%. And with core year over year being 2.6%. So much, much cooler than expected.
What's this mean, Craig?
It's all the momentum we had for a July hike out the window, right? I mean, that's basically, we're not moving back into the position of cutting, but that momentum for a rate hike, an imminent one, is gone.
Well, yeah.
Excuse me.
All right, we'll let Craig get cleared up here. Jimmy,
Look at gold.
Gold, that's the first thing I noticed. Gold is up nearly 100. Obviously, equity indexes took off. NASDAQ's up over 400. S&P's up 45. Russell's up 50-something bucks. I mean, Dow has turned all the way back around. Bond market, I mean, bonds are up nearly a full point. What have we been saying? Like, where are they mispriced? I mean, and look at 3 months SOFR. I mean,
bonds are bearish. They are bullish engulfing over the last 4 days. I mean, this is a big move.
What did we say initially when we came on about this? I said, when you get a number like this could be a moment where it changes the tape again.
Absolutely.
What has been trending this month? Bonds have been trending lower. What has that been doing? That's causing a lot of confliction within the indexes.
100%.
That's changed. Indexes see it, they go bid. Craig, we got you back.
So it was shocking. I was shocked, but yeah, look, again, that momentum that was moving one direction, we stymied that now. So now we're in that positive gamma market. The Fed's not going to be a factor for July. We can go back to the AI trade earnings, and the momentum there. So this is a relief, I think, for equity markets for now, but doesn't really change. Beyond today, we're not going to really change a lot. We still have Warsh. He speaks at 10. I suspect he'll sound a little bit more dovish because of this, but nothing that insinuates that cuts are coming. It's just that we're going to figure inflation out. This is a good print. We're going to stay on it. And so, but back to the equity market, expiry week, watch earnings, and then the geopolitical stuff is still top of mind. So, but we're back into, at least we've lost that fear that the Fed's going to be hiking in July.
And I think tomorrow, really, or in the overnight, TSMC and ASML will be very much looked at and scrutinized to see what's going on there, because again, first of the big chip stocks to report.
Jimmy, back to you. I mean, I'm scrolling through everything here just to see kind of what's going on. I mean, my first thoughts are, this helps any sort of weakness that we've had across the board in equity indexes.
Yeah.
Just because there's been so much lack of conviction in one direction. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the NASDAQ right now, and that 30,000 level in the NASDAQ has been so key for so long, almost 2 weeks now. That's really been our guide. That's been framing the conversation at the top. That's our resistance. We're driving up there right now. We have more than an equal and opposite candle brewing from yesterday. Moving averages, again, need some time to mature here. But we'll see if that's just a natural reaction to that resistance level, or if we could break on through, maybe get a little higher up to that July open on the NASDAQ. S&P's at 7,600. That's already done its job for today, and there's probably more to come on the upside. It's only up 0.5%, so theory we had a lot more room on the upside here for that. And then gold is a huge surprise, as you just called out, up $100, 41.05. We showed that. Let me show the chart really quickly here. I mean, we were talking about all-time lows here, not all-time lows, annual lows here, but boom, this was a complete reversal from yesterday. So this was a big impact number right now. I would be looking at a continuation on the gold here if we kind of take out yesterday's high.
Go ahead, Shai.
Yeah,
real quick.
Because when I wrote about that this morning. I think a little bit of that buying initially was kind of on some insurance and people looking for bargains below 4,000 is buy the dip territory.
Yeah, I'm going to go to you, Craig, in just a second to close it out. But here's my initial thoughts of this, everybody, too. Why do we pull up interest rates from the beginning? Interest rates have been trending lower. And again, that causes disruption across the board. It makes gold struggle. It makes equity indexes struggle. They have been in consolidation in choppy markets. When you all of a sudden see, basically, it could be a 180 off of this low. We'll see how the day unfolds. Bonds are only up 19 now, 10 years up 15 and a half ticks. Watch the bond market the rest of today, because if the bond market stays bid, that helps where those tapes have been choppy potentially catch a bid. It will help them. If the bond market starts to give it back, and all of a sudden maybe there's something we're missing, of course we'll talk about it in chat, that could change the dynamic, and that's what could bring equities and metals back into that choppy, potentially downward tape. So just keep an eye on that. Craig, last word.
Yeah, last word. I would just say also watch dollar yen. The dollar has been incredibly strong against the yen. Its reversal now is decent size, 42 basis points. The start of a yen carry trade unwind would be the yen rallying back. So if we get a bigger move in the yen, a rally, that's another thing that people have to keep an eye on too. But I agree with you. Keep an eye on yields. We don't really get much more of a follow through, and the dollar starts to weaken. That's the yen, again. But Warsh at 10 o'clock, we'll have some headlines from him as well.
Bottom line is, everybody,
100%.
my challenge for you the rest of today is, if you don't have ZB or ZN up, keep it up. Watch Warsh for the headlines. Because when that comes out, what the bond market does, it's going to impact everything else, especially midsummer tape right now. Everything that we've seen, watch the bond and treasury market. Panel, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. Let's get a preview of who we have coming up here next. We've got still Shai in there. Oh, she's gone now. All right. She was there and she was gone. Morning Gap. We talked about single stock futures. Well, guess who we have? We've got Craig Bewick from CME Group to confirm the July 27th date, and we're going to talk about single stock futures here with Craig. Tape Talk with T-Trades, Tuesdays with T. Trade the Open with Merritt Black and Christian Trading Boxes. Midday Market with Jack and Stowe. We've got Trade the Close with XY, Selma, and Joey. There you are,
right.
you handsome devil.
Right back at you, Anthony. Thanks for having me on this morning.
Listen, everybody wants to know what you have to say. It's probably the most popular you've ever been with the single stock coming out. Everyone's like, what does Craig have to say about it? Let's talk to him. And this morning I talked about it. July 27th. We know that the dates have been, moved around a little bit, but now for sure, maybe July 27th.
Yeah, no question about it. It's been a long time coming.
Okay.
And, I've been around a long time. You've been around a long time, Anthony. And I've seen a lot of product launches at CME as a customer, as an employee. I think it's fair to say, well, I'll just say personally, this is probably, I don't think I've been as excited about a product launch, maybe ever, but certainly in a long time, than the one that you just mentioned. Yeah. So, and you're absolutely right. So a week from Sunday night, for trade date of July 27th, we will launch futures on single stocks. So we'll have 55 different names, so 55 different single stock futures. And within that, we'll have 22 that'll be a smaller, what we might call micro-size version of those single stocks. So what that means is you get all of the characteristics that people like in futures, right? Capital efficiencies, 24-hour trading, some of the operational ease, like going short and things like that. All of the things that come with futures, you can now get with exposure to single name stocks. So I think the time's right, Anthony. I think the product construction is right. And it's something that we're really excited about over here.
Couple things. First, it was 54 initially on the announcement. We added one. What is number
We added
55?
a big one. SpaceX.
Oh, I know which one it is. There it is.
So we got SpaceX on there. Yeah, it was. You're absolutely right. It's 54 and 21. And maybe it's worth getting into a little bit about, what I mean by the sort of standard size and the micro size. So we'll have 55 names that, we might refer to as standard size futures, which will be 100 shares, essentially a future worth 100 shares of that stock. So if you think Tesla trading at $400, let's say, 100 shares of that is $40,000 worth of Tesla with one futures contract. So that's a fairly large contract for some individual traders. So on 22 of those names, and you can kind of imagine what those names are. They're the names that are going to be most popular with individual traders. We're going to have a micro-sized version, which is 1/10 of that. So instead of 100 shares with one contract, it'll be 10 shares. So again, instead of $40,000 worth of Tesla in my example, $4,000 worth of Tesla, which I think makes it a lot more approachable for a lot of individual traders and gives you a lot of flexibility in that exposure.
What was the decision about the micros? Like, where did that come into play? And like, how did you guys choose which ones are going to be micros? Because I think it's such an important thing to note that you're not going to just have the big ones on day one. And I think also talk a little bit about specs as well, like the specs of what the standard will be for the 55 and then the 21 micros.
Yeah, and 22, because we will have 22 micros on SpaceX as well. And it's a great question. And I think it's fair to point out, too, this is not a retail specific product, right? CME is launching this product for institutional traders as well as individual retail traders. So for an institution, that 100 share size, I think, makes a lot of sense. And I think for some individuals, that 100 share size will make a lot of sense. We still have a lot of individuals that trade, the E-mini NASDAQ at $600,000. There you go, right? So, there are certainly, I don't want to discount that, right? There's a lot of individuals that have the capital and the risk appetite to trade those bigger sizes. But for a lot of retail traders, that's just unmanageable. It's too much risk with one contract. So, I think the decision was pretty easy that we, should have a smaller size contract out there for those individuals. And in terms of like how we picked the 22, I think you can see kind of empirically what individuals trade in the stock market today. You can see the popular names. They have stats on that. So, it's kind of a fairly easy decision is what are the most popular stocks that individuals trade. So, of course, the Mag 7, Tesla, Google, Apple, Microsoft, things like that are going to be in there. And then some of the bigger financials. So it's really like I said, kind of an easy decision as to what are the ones that make sense for an individual. And I think we did a good job capturing those 22 names that I think most individuals are going to want to trade. And then as far as specs go, like I said, so the bigger size contracts will be worth 100 shares. The smaller size contracts will be worth 10 shares. They're quarterly expirations, right? So if you're not used to futures, you're coming from the stock world, you do have to be aware that futures expire every quarter, right? And all that means is that if you have exposure, let's say you're long an Apple future and you want to keep that long exposure as you approach expiration, you simply want to roll that, which means just a simple spread transaction. You sell that and buy the deferred month. So it's fairly straightforward transaction, and it's a very efficient transaction too, because our market makers will make a spread price on that. So anyway, quarterly expirations, they're cash settled, right? So you're not going to get delivered the 100 or the 10 shares of stock when it expires if you hold that into expiration. It'll just settle the cash and the position will go away. But yeah, and then of course, like most of our futures, they'll open up Sunday night at 5 p.m. Chicago time. They'll essentially trade until 4 p.m. Chicago time on Friday with a 1 hour break every night. So essentially we're almost 24/5, beginning Sunday night and ending Friday late afternoon, which, that's a huge part of this launch, the capital efficiencies in futures, and then the 24/5, I think provides for a lot of different use cases for individuals.
Yeah, no, 100%. And we ran a poll in here talking with the chat. First of all, good morning, chat. Hopefully you're all doing well. I know we've got CPI. We've got a lot thrown at you today. Single stock futures with Craig here from CME. Some of the questions that we're getting are, okay, look, is everybody ready to trade them on day one? And a lot of people, majority of the people in the poll said, need to learn more first. Some of the questions that people are going to have, and of course at Ninja, we're going to be providing a lot of education and a lot of stuff on this, and we'll be covering them each and every day. One of the questions that people are asking about is, we talk about cash efficiencies. What is going to be CME's margin? So if you were going to give one example of one margin, and we know that's going to be different for the brokers, everybody too. So there's going to be different margins for what we have, and day margins, overnight margins, and all of that. That'll be released. But what's CME's margin on? Give me one example for one contract.
Yeah, generically, we're saying that you're going to get about 6-to-1 capital efficiencies on these. So I think a good exercise is to compare that to the securities market, where they're subject to what's called Reg T, an SEC regulation, right? So let's say you're trading Tesla again. I'll just use that as an example. And let's say it's $400 a share, and you're doing a 100-lot trade. So again, that's $40,000 worth of Tesla. In the securities market, that means you've got to put up at least $20,000 to hold that position. And the balance of that $20,000 is going to come in the form of a loan from your broker, right, on which you pay interest. When you look at the futures exposure, if you did the bigger size Tesla and got that same $40,000 worth of exposure, you're looking at just 15% of that. So call it like $6,000. In terms of margin. And I actually refer to margin here in the futures world interchangeably with performance bond, right? Because it's not a margin loan like people think of in the securities world. It's really a performance bond that it's the amount of money you put up that says I'm good for this position, but it's not a loan on which you're paying interest.
Yep. Well, thanks for that example. And traders out there, here's a couple ways I look at it, right? There's so many different opportunities with single stock futures. One is you put money in your account, you want to buy SpaceX, you want to get the cash efficiencies for futures. You buy one contract, whatever that margin is, and that overnight margin, like I said, the broker will tell you what that will be for us. And every quarter you can, you can continue to move that contract from one quarter to the next. You can use micros. So if you wanted to have that just one position of just being long SpaceX, you can do that. You obviously have quarterly expirations. You just have to roll it like we do for futures. To be more cash efficient. Sure. Then you also have that opportunity with micros, where if you have a big future or big cash position in the stock and you want to use micros to hedge it. Do you want to day trade micros? Do you want to day trade the full ones? I mean, there's so many different ways to approach this. We're going to be talking about this every day.
There's so many use cases for it. And you just mentioned a few of them. And just think about like the scalping, the day trading thing you just talked about, or somebody that wants to do relative value or spread trading. The fact that if you want to, those traders are as likely to be short as they are long. There's no locate requirements to get short futures. There's no borrow costs or anything like that, right? If you want to get short a future, you simply sell it. So there's so many. You think of zero DTE options traders that just want daily exposure on this stuff. You can get that with these
That's
products
where I was going.
Without the theta, without the gamma. Like there's huge gamma on those. And there's nothing, again, we never say don't trade these, only trade these. There's room in your portfolio for all of this stuff. But some of these things you've got to take into account, like, and I think, again, that those zero DT options traders that are just looking for short-term exposure, again, now all of a sudden that big gamma isn't necessarily factoring into the trade. Where you have to be right away.
Right away. And you and I know that because we trade those markets. We talk about that, right? And so we're very familiar.
Like I said, I'm never saying don't trade this, only trade. That's not where we come from. But I think this gives people another tool for their trading toolbox, and I think it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, and somebody just put in the chat, we could see in there, single stock futures could be an interesting way to play earnings to avoid the Greeks. I mean, look at, again, the strategies are going to speak for themselves. There's going to be so many different ways to use single stock futures. I agree with you, Craig. We've both been around quite a long time. And I would say that there's
longer than
nothing.
I care to admit, Anthony.
Yeah, exactly. I think that because final thing, because we got to go. But of course, we're going to have you back, and we're going to be talking about this a lot, everybody. So I know people have questions for Craig, and we're going to continue to provide more information for this because it's extremely important to our industry. But the one thing that I think is special about this versus everything else you guys have ever done at CME, and I've seen a lot of it. I was there for when I was on the exchange floor when E-minis were launched. So, I mean, I've seen quite a bit. But I've never seen a product launch where you guys have had 55 of them at once. That, to me, is what's most interesting about this.
I mean, you think about futures, and there's a good number of futures that are viable for individual traders, but to add 55 new products at once it's a huge part of this. No question about it.
No question.
And I'll just comment real quickly on that sort of hedging into earnings, because that is another use case that is worth pointing out. The volatility you pay in options ahead of an earnings, is this a proxy for that? Anyway, we could go on, and I know we got to go.
For sure. Yeah, no, listen, again, I told you, listen, man, you've never been more popular.
All right.
I mean, this is
I'll hold you to that. I mean, if that's what it took, that's what it took. So I'll take it.
Oh, man, listen, you're my guy. I appreciate everything you do at CME. Having guys like you at the exchange, great partners of ours, bringing products like this to the forefront for retail futures traders is just fantastic. You guys continue to do a great job. And so, Craig, again, thank you so much for being with us here today on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
All right. Well, we chewed a little bit into TTrades time, but that's okay. He knows how to run through the charts quickly because, he's on YouTube a lot. He's near 500,000 followers, and there he is. And T, good morning.
Morning. How are you doing?
Listen, man, I took the bait. We're going to be giving away something on TTrades YouTube channel when he hits 500,000 followers. Chat, we're going to go over the charts this morning. At the end, we're going to think about what we're going to give away, T. So before I let you go today, because I know we want to get to the charts and see what's happening post-CPI, we got to come up with something good to give away for you. An amazing achievement for you getting 500,000 followers on YouTube. You know how much of a fan I am of you and what you're doing. I think you're by far one of the best educational resources in the business. And so super excited for you.
Yeah, we can maybe do a steak dinner with Deli,
This guy, we'll talk about that at the end. Yep. All right, let's dig into the charts.
Excuse me. You made me laugh, and I'm still sick. Yeah, so I am, we didn't have much bias going into indices last week. We were just consolidating. How we finished the week last week. We took out this low here on NASDAQ. We closed over this level here. So for me, as long as this low remains, I'm going to be bullish into the highs. But if you look, NASDAQ is weaker in comparison to the other assets. If you just look at where it's located, right? It's propped a lot lower than ES and YM. So what I'd be looking for is NASDAQ. Can we get a close over this level today? That would form another continuation for me, or a higher low. And then with that, I'd want to see ES and NASDAQ look towards or back towards this all-time high, specifically here on ES. So, kind of seeing how we closed today, we've already made quite a range, with the news release. So if that continues, I am favoring a look into the previous month's high here on ES.
Yep. Interesting day coming out of CPI. We talked about this earlier. Could this change the type of environment that we've been in? And I know that we're going to continue to focus on that. And one thing I need to plug coming out of that segment with Craig, this segment is sponsored by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity, where each and every week T and I on Tuesdays go over this. T, here's the thing I want to talk about today. Coming into the day, I'm curious, has there, when we look at the indexes, we talk about a change in market environment. You're great at identifying this, right? We talked about where we were for the monthly candles. Coming out of CPI, is this, when you look at the indexes across the board, I know you're going to go into more of them, is this a change in character of what we've seen in the tape? Do we see anything that gives us any sort of leading edge coming into today?
I think if we are going to get some sort of break or trend, it should happen this week, just because the way I'm looking at it, we talk about the monthly candles. The monthly candles are here on the side. My whole goal going into a month is, if we're bullish, I want to let this lower wick form and then look to trade it away. So the question I just asked myself here is, do I think that this lower wick has formed? And if you take a look here at the S&P 500, we run out these lows into this little gap here, and then we have a nice little V shape here, and we close over. So it's the same thing here on NASDAQ. For me, I'm remaining bullish unless this low gets taken out. And so It's a little bit stronger here on the S&P, but I think if we are going to get any sort of trend, I'd want to see that start now so we can, still have the second half of the month to get an expansion higher. Otherwise, we're just going to kind of, consolidate, and I'd prefer to not have consolidation. But, there are other assets we can take a look at.
So quick question before you get to those. So the monthly open and the monthly low. So you want to be bullish as long as we're above the monthly low. But my question to you would be, is like if we turn negative on the month, does that keep you away from still buying dips, or is it still looking to buy the dip as long as that low holds?
Yeah, so even if we're down into this area here, I mean, I'd be more neutral there just because NASDAQ's weaker and it's already towards that low. So I would like to see us, regain or stay above that monthly open on ES. NASDAQ, we're quite a bit below it, but I am bullish. So, it's less about, that exact level and if we close over or hold above it. And for me, it's just the formation of a monthly candle. And we can go take a look at oil for this, because this is probably the best one we talked about. Last week we were talking about this low holding, right? And just saying the risk to reward on oil here after sweeping out this low just makes sense, right? And this is, I threw it back to NASDAQ when it took out the low earlier this year, March 31st. The risk to reward just makes sense. And you kind of see that, right? The start of the month, right? We open, we make our monthly wick low, and then we can look to trade it higher. Where am I looking to trade it? I spoke about it last week, but into this gap and looking for, around that 20% move. And that's about what we got.
Yeah, and so I think that when I look at everything so far, what's interesting about the index is you still have that divergence from where the NASDAQ was for the month. So the S&P doesn't really have a clear path higher, as we know, until the NASDAQ starts to lead us back up. So it gets really interesting there. But again, when you look at oil, again, I've been saying it the last few days on my note, it's the cleanest look out there right now.
Yeah. So, oil was the cleanest. The other one we talked about was gold, where I was looking for, a potential higher low right here. You can see we just failed to break out, right? When you are in a trend, you want to see shallow retracements and then just expansive moves. You want to see this day expand higher, this next day expand higher. You can see it just fails to do it. It just fails to form a reversal. And now we're just kind of in this range or this chop. So for me, now gold is less interesting. I'm looking for it to run out towards this low, because my thing is, if we can't really form a reversal, form a reversal right here, fail to form a continuation, generally speaking, I want to see this hold to make a new low, and then we can see what happens. But once we use too much time within the month, I'm better off just waiting for the new month. In terms of, longer term, swings or stuff that sets up, right? Like oil's a good example of that. New monthly open, we make a new low, we have that close over, that displacement, we form a higher low, and you can see this continuation. This is what I mean. When you want to see a higher low form, you just want to see those next days expand. You don't want to see them consolidate.
What's interesting about what you just said about gold is basically was a fade on that move. Again, look at it, started to run up. It's now giving it back, and same with the ZB. I'd love for you to go to ZB because we all know that ZB is going to be something that's going to be determining what a lot of these moves end up doing. I mean, interest rates.
Yeah, and so just taking a look at this, we run out these lows. I can't remember if we spoke about it last week. I don't think we did. But no, we're just consolidating right here. So this, to me, is not a bullish reversal. If you want to see a reversal, you want to see aggressive move back higher, right? Kind of like this, move higher, it's met with a move back lower, right? That's a reversal. So to me, this is more of a consolidation or something that I can see continuing, and that also aligns with the monthly candle. The monthly candle is bearish, and I want to align with that, right? And a good example of that is, why would I be trying to look bearish right here, where we have a trend and a green monthly candle, right? I just want to align with those higher time frames in the direction, right? And that's where the multi-time frame analysis comes in. It's really, everyone does it. They look at it different ways, but it's following a trend.
Yeah, I mean, again, I go back to coming out of CPI, it's a macro leading morning with data, and interest rates are going to be the leading mover off of that. Interest rates initially moved lower, pushed gold up. Interest rates start to come back down, creates gold into a little bit of a fade. Equity index is trying to still sort through everything, and we've got Dow back down 150. I know we didn't even talk about Dow and Russell.
Yeah.
But again, like you look at those, you still have the divergence there. Again, short-term day traders, you want to look for clarity, cleaner trends. If you like trending markets, oil continues to be the one that T is talking to us about. T,
Yeah.
what else do you want to cover? I mean, I think we got to look at Bitcoin at some point too.
Yeah, we can take a look at Bitcoin, and then maybe I haven't looked at copper, but we can look at that. I know a few people watch that. Bitcoin, I think I can't remember what we were saying about it, but we form a reversal off this monthly low, and then now I remember we can see a trade towards this high, right? And so basically range, we sweep it out, new month forms its wick. So for me, as long as we don't have a bearish reversal, I'm looking for Bitcoin to go back up to this high around 67K, and then from there we can see, do we form a reversal, go back lower, or do we break out and have some sort of move to the upside? So to me, it's just a range trade, and that is what we spoke about last week. Finally remembered.
Yep. And then you wanted to go to copper. I think maybe we took a little of your time earlier. If you want to do another one besides copper, I'm happy to do that as well. Whatever you're seeing.
Either works. I think we were talking about bullish copper because of metals last week, because I was bullish on metals. And you can see where the relative strength comes in, right? And you can zoom out and see, if we just look at the difference between copper and gold, right? Gold is down, that's more bearish. Copper is higher. So relative strength-wise, copper, it has the strength. And so you can see that here because, it holds this low, that's fine. But we sweep out this low, get the closure over, and then we have a new higher low. So to me, this trend is just continuing higher. And especially if we get the close over this previous month's 50% line, then I'm just looking for that to continue higher once again with copper. So.
Yeah, the one metal that continues to stay bid relative to others, when you look at relative strength, copper is the one. I mean, we looked at the gold chart. Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, sloppy tape across the board kind of T, except for oil. We'll see how this day plays out. Again, everybody, I challenged everybody earlier, post CPI, keep the bond chart up today. Make sure you see what's happening there, because I think it's going to spill over into anything else that we're doing, especially what Wars is going to be speaking here soon. Any final chart you want to go over, T, or are we wrapping and going to talk about your giveaway?
I think we can wrap it up. There's not too much interesting. I looked, here's dollar, but there's nothing super enticing here, right? We've had this large expansion, more into a consolidation. It's also reminding me of NQ, how it looks. You have a large expansion, consolidation. This is where I prefer not to trade, right? I like to trade the breaks of ranges to trade higher. Same thing with oil here. Don't really want to trade the chop in here. I want to wait for the sweep of a low, then trade it back into the range. So, that's mostly it today.
Yeah, aside from a CPI number this morning that came out a lot cooler and moved the tape, it still is mid-July, and volumes and everything's showing us that. So, all right, everybody, listen. T is getting to 500K soon on your channel. I need you guys to look out for a tweet coming from me and T. When you hit 500K, T, you're going to be getting we're going to give your audience a nice gift here from the NinjaTrader team. Again, you've been a great partner for us. Tuesdays with T, everything you do out there, I'm just a huge fan of. So everybody, be on the lookout. Go and follow T on his YouTube channel. Help him get to 500K sooner the better, and look for some Ninja giveaways that will come on T's channel from us, because T's the man. Appreciate you, T.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right, everybody. Busy morning. We had CPI, talking single stock futures. A lot more to come from single stock futures. We'll be talking about it leading up to that. I know one of the things that people are asking about is we need more information on that, and we will continue to provide that for you. And again, going to be just a huge rollout. 55 single stock futures, 22 micros. Again, there's a link in chat. You can go there to learn more about that, and we will be talking more about that here on NinjaTrader Live. Now, quick announcement, then we got to get to black boxes as we do normally on Tuesday. Big announcement, everybody. Discord's beginning. Any of you are in Discord? Are you in Discord, chat? Are you guys in Discord? NinjaTrader Live Discord is coming next week. An exclusive one-on-one with me and AJ from Lucid. We're going to be doing some giveaways. We're going to take some questions on air. It's going to be fun, a little off the cuff. Who knows what happens when you get a couple of Italians together in a Discord. Audio only. You got to be there to be able to hear it. There will be no recording and all that stuff. You got to come into the Discord channel next week, join the Discord, and come and join us. Like I said, Lucid will be there. My boy AJ. We're going to do some giveaways. We're going to answer some questions from the audience. What a time, everybody. So make sure you tune in next week. Start joining our Discord today. All right, everybody. enough about everything else we've talked about. It's time to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. Yo, yo.
Morning.
Gentlemen.
Hold on a minute here. He's got his hat forward, and it's a Bass Pro Shop hat. Like, what is happening right now?
He's
What
a
is
real
this?
outdoorsman.
He's
I'm
an
a
outdoor.
man. I'm a man.
You could
Just
be
here
the
to say
furthest thing from the. You could be a further outdoorsman than me. I mean, what's going on here, Chris? Is this like a style thing, or is it, you got to talk me and Merritt through this? Because Merritt, I don't know, I'm so confused right now.
I get it. Not a lot of people have seen a Mexican that likes to fish, but down in Mexico, by Acapulco, as they say, or where's the other beach town? We get down. But so I got it in English. So it would have been in Spanish.
It's a great story. Yeah. All right. Well, to be continued on what's really going on here, Merritt. I don't know. Blink twice if you're okay, Chris. Just let us know. We'll get to it. All right. CPI this morning came out. Any positions on?
No, not for that. For me.
No.
All right. Well, we're going to start with the man with the Bass Pro Shop hat. We got to highlight this right out of the gates. Christian, plan for today.
All righty. So all NQ did yesterday was come down to the bottom of this smaller base. We're building a structure now that it's building a box inside another box. Call it a boxception. But we are consolidating in this smaller range from like 29,200s to 30,200s. All we did in the last sort of day or so is have a full 4-hour trend completion into that support area. We're bouncing from it. The CPI news is creating a bigger spike to now take us back to the middle of this larger consolidation, this bull bear zone here between 650, 800. So this is the area that we've been sort of dancing around for the last few weeks. Can we hold it today? And then can we push up higher? So here's my plan for NQ for today. If we can hold a pullback into the 670s, we can continue higher into 980s, maybe prior day high, maybe prior week high. And then because we are in a consolidation, we can reject back down. If we form acceptance up there, then we can see higher. If we come back down to 670s and we lose that, then we will see London low or the overnight low and around 520s. Look for a bounce. If that fails, guess what? We're going to go back down to the bottom of the smaller, of the larger base here into 290. So, it's a lot of back and forth. You said that, the table's not as clean, and it's not. So it's more about focusing on strong locations and then attacking that for me today.
Yeah, I mean, you got CPI this morning, Merritt, and then you've got war speaking soon. I mean, I'm curious, are you looking at indexes? I'm always going to you to see, are you looking for something else? Because, again, you look at Chris. I mean, Chris is, I think, one of the best in the biz when it comes to, trend following intraday and what he does. I love his stuff. I think that when I'm looking for a trending market, I'm always going to Chris, even in a consolidation as well. He has a great way of identifying it. You hop around a lot more. I mean, when you see indexes kind of a little sloppy like this, you've got CPI, you've got Warsh. Are you looking anywhere else, or index is actually in play for you right now?
I think there's a fair amount of opportunity across the board in indices as well as other markets like crude and gold. And like you said, I think I don't follow the 30-year, but the 10-year, it's popped up, and where it's holding right now is right back into kind of last month's distribution low and last week's distribution low, that kind of range from 108.27 to 109. It's a bullish regime shift right there short term based on those, and so right now it's kind of holding that edge. That's where this pullback is coming into. Same goes for the S&P. The S&P had started to accept back into kind of some recent distributions and whatnot, and you see them pop out of it and kind of retest it right here, right now. So I think there's opportunities across the board. I think that these are not boring, dull summer markets like sometimes we see. I think I think there's quality stuff out there in a lot of markets.
Interesting. Now, both of you today, we've got Warsh, like I said, at 10. Do you hold off on positions prior to that, or are you guys just going to just do it, go into it, whatever? What's the thoughts?
You can wash these screens because I'm not waiting.
Yeah, if price comes down to
There's
a location that I'm looking at, I'll like to engage.
I'm not freaking waiting.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I catch the movie reference. I know it's funny in chat. So somebody said, "I can't believe they don't get the XY thing with Chris's hat and the." Is that what it is? It's an XY connection.
Oh yeah,
here?
he wears
It's the
one of
LA
those,
thing
doesn't he?
now. Is
Yeah,
it an
see,
LA
look.
thing? We're not cool
Now
enough
you
to
just
wear
need
it?
like
Is that
some
what it
gold
is?
chains and
Robe,
you'll be set.
some silk.
Yeah,
Little
it's just
silk, yes. A Vegas hotel room in your background.
you do it for
The
fashion versus
trifecta.
the actual thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. Merritt does a lot of things for fashion. That's very evident. So he gets it. Yeah. All right. Well. All right. Enough of me, guys. Perfect day to have you guys here as usual because it's Tuesday. Chat. Great morning. Go sign up for Discord. Me and AJ from Lucid, one-on-one next week. Get into the Discord, be there, giveaways. We're going to bring people up for questions. It's going to be a blast, like we said, off the cuff, but you got to be there to hear it. Merritt and Chris, my guys, have fun today. I'll be watching.
We will.
Chat, see you later.
See
All
you,
right,
bud.
Deli, you take care. All right, enjoy your day.
Oh, what's up, dude?
Hola,
Hola.
PJ. I I started off the show doing my hair for every segment, but after so many 4:30 a.m. wake ups, it's just hard to continue to wake up at that time just to do my hair.
How long does it take you to do your hair?
Not long, but I need to wake up at least at 4:45 in the morning to do my hair, then create my morning plan, prepare myself emotionally and mentally for you guys to, gang up on me and then be ready to attack the day. So that takes some time. My skin routine. Yeah, come on. Look, you're not going to look like this at 40 if you don't wake up early to do your micro needling. All right, how's everybody doing today? Yeah, it's a LA thing. Morning. Let's see what we get today, huh? Is he on at 10 o'clock? Probably. Let me look.
Good morning, chat. Buyers just don't they don't want it right here.
Yeah.
Maybe a little processing has to be done post spike. Thought that might be a decent turn as we were kind of coming on air, but they're
They might
not
want to
doing
wait
much,
for
not very aggressive.
a speaker.
No, thank you for the suggestion though, Simple. Dr. Gio Valiante. Wasn't Craig at point 72? I wonder if he knew him. The next golf book I read will be Jared Tendler's new golf book, but I'll add this one to the list as well. Honestly, though, I don't need to read a book called Fearless Golf. I need to read a book called Take Your Medicine and Stop Being So Stupid and Fearless. That's the golf book I need.
Are you scared of taking your medicine?
Chris, be careful wading into waters in which you just do not understand.
Your mental medicine? Makes sense.
So sometimes in golf, you get yourself in a bad position and you have a choice. Hey, I can go for this super, super low win percent hero shot, right? Or I can, quote unquote, take my medicine and just get the ball back in play and maybe play the hole to try to make bogey, that kind of thing. I tend to go for the hero shots, as Chap might have guessed.
Like on that soccer game this weekend. You see that?
I did not.
This I don't know his name, but he was in gosh, what's that team, guys, with the red jerseys? But he didn't want to
Norway?
pass
I
it
mean,
to the main player. And he kept dribbling the ball, and yeah, Norway. And he took a shot that was like not good at all because there were like 3 people in front of him. And then the main player, like think of it like Cristiano Ronaldo before Norway, was completely open, and he was like pointing at him like, pass it, and then he didn't, and he took the shot into like 3 people in front of him. He just wanted that low probability hero shot, and it cost him the game.
oh yeah, I know all about Marty Fish. I've watched him play a few times, and yeah, he's a stick.
Yeah, lost him the game. Oh yeah, of course not. Look, if a player like that did that in Mexico team or Colombia, good luck. Good luck. Chris, we are below the daily 9 SMA and my short bias. We are actually above it, my friend. Price is currently at 770s in NQ, and the 9 SMA daily is around 730. So we are above it by 30 points. For the IB strat, it will be looking for longs if we remain above it into the IB close. My regular trading, I'm actually looking for longs because we are attempting to reclaim the daily bull bear zone, and 650, 670s is the bottom part of that daily zone. So we're technically right inside here. And unless 670, 650s fails to hold on a pullback, then I can get bearish. Right. But as of now, I really cannot even if we reject it from up here and this is the start of a move lower, like I need to wait for my horizontal trend filter to confirm. When am I going to trade ES? I made the mistake of trading ES, I think 3 weeks ago. It was when I caught that bottom, like June 26th. No, Monday 29th, I believe. I made the mistake of going long ES instead of NQ, and I missed out on many, many Rs. And that it reminded me why I don't trade ES, because with the same risk, you can make substantially more in NQ. So I do not want to. It's just an opportunity cost at that point for me.
Not surprising to see sellers take these short-term lows here. As we were talking about, buyers were just not showing up there. So still the expectation for some type of rotation higher.
2020, I'll still trade NQ if it's lagging. Like I am okay with that. I don't want to become the expert of ES. It's just not worth it for me in the long term. When the market trends, it's just you risk 1 and make 20. Can hold it overnight. Just continue writing it. I do create trade plans for ES for people in the group that trade it, but I just don't. I don't like to.
I'll give the long a little shot here.
This would be a good 15-minute higher low. Good spot. Nice little full breakdown into new lows and boom, right back up. Yeah, I don't feel that way. I understand NQ is more volatile, but I don't think it's too crazy to trade. But again, I don't know your guys' trading style, like I know mine, and I just have to wait for certain things, and in doing so, my dollar risk will always remain the same. So therefore, how much more risk am I actually entertaining if I'm managing capital risk through my own trades? Yes, so some people do trade the IB strat. We're trading the Asia IB strat now. Some people do trade the ES for it. And it'll work, but NQ, when NQ hits 6R and the trade is complete, ES will be at 4R. Sometimes ES will hit 6R before NQ, but most of the time NQ reaches your targets faster. It goes further in price to help you make more. So I'm a bigger fan of NQ. Yesterday, NQ hit 6R or 5.5R, and ES only hit 4R and it bounced. So people who took ES did not get to close the trade out into that 6R move.
Yeah, that's right, MM. Hello.
Hello? Did you say hello? I'm here.
Hola.
Yeah, Merritt doesn't like NQ.
Oh, I like it. I just found some things that will not be mentioned publicly that made S&P good for what I do.
Proprietary guys. Only the elite can know, okay?
Only the elite can go 0 for 8.
Yeah, I only trade the NQ because of something I know, but I can't share publicly. But if you were with us 10 minutes ago, I did share it, so. We thinking of we'll revisit the overnight lows? You want that kind of drop? I mean, that could happen maybe, but Jesus, overnight lows at 29,320s? You know what needs to happen for us to get down there? I mean, it can't happen, but I'm thinking sideways to higher as long as we hold this CPI push. Mm.
Yeah, I'll trade before the bell, after the bell. I think Chris and I both, when it sets up, it sets up. We don't really care when that is.
Yeah.
Barring some, huge pending econ release, we'll pass on that. Yeah, John, the reason NQ requires more margin is because of its daily ranges times its tick value.
Oh, you were going the wrong direction when we hit those lows? Like, you mean you were short? That wasn't the wrong direction. It was the right direction because we were going down into the bottom of the daily base support around 300s. I was short into that move last night. And then I
Just
closed
scaled.
it literally near that low. My mistake was not going long there. I just didn't want to, it was like 8:30 by that time. I didn't want to continue trading.
I just scaled out of some of the S&P here. It's a lot quicker than I normally scale, but it's kind of a speed of tape sluggishness after that initial impulse by the buyers where you see there's a lot on the delta there and they really kind of moved it. That's what prompted me to join. Then it's been very sluggish since. So taking out that prior little swing high right here, to me, that's enough. It's just past, if you will, kind of that 1R point or whatever. So it's not crazy quick, but it's a lot quicker than I would have liked to have scaled. But I'm doing it kind of defensively. So
What he's saying, guys, is he's usually not that fast. Okay. He promises that he's usually not that fast.
oh, I get it.
Not all the time. He saw something on there that he can't tell you guys. Okay. He promises he's not that fast.
That's Matt Smith. I know a Matt Smith. When we first moved to New York, I literally had a hard time understanding people talking because they spoke so fast. You get used to it though.
You know, when I would go visit my girlfriend over there, I'm like, who are you? Because she would just be walking so fast everywhere.
Oh, walking fast? That's one thing I love about up there.
Yeah, I'm a
Love
fast
that.
walker too.
Yep. It's a real thing. All right, stop that on the rest. On that open flurry. Good scale out. Good protection.
All right, let's see if we can come down to first support here at 670s. That's the bottom area of the bull bear zone on the daily. It's also this London high area where I'm interested in engaging long. But if we fail to even lose the 9 SMA on the 15-minute, then we can hold here. This is a correction through time, and then we can see higher. Oh no, is that happening here?
Little short scalp here. Already scaling out. Scratch out. The way those lows were stacking in, it was just a bit of a recipe there for a zip into VWAP. Didn't do it cleanly, so I had to kind of scale and scratch.
Arm, no low for arm. NVIS bouncing.
Made 50 bucks on the first trade and 50 bucks on the second trade.
Oh, okay, baller.
Pretty sweet.
Listen, you don't got to show off now.
Pretty sweet.
See, this is that proprietary stuff he watches, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Different tax bracket. All right. We wouldn't know.
You pull 50 bucks a trade, you're not going to qualify for a Roth. Let me tell you that much. All right, little VWAP test here. Order flow is quiet.
All right, I'm waiting for this 670s if we come down here. The 6-7. Yeah, summer price action, you just want to be engaging in the first 2 hours or so, at least for me, and then call it a day.
Not much P&L on those two trades, but if you guys are familiar with max favorable excursion and max adverse excursion, the first trade had an MFE of 575 with a drawdown of $50. The second trade had a favorable excursion of $450 with adverse of 150. If you continue to put and skew with timing MFE versus MAE in your favor over and over and over again, and you start to line up a few P&L exits to capture that with a decent kind of efficiency ratio, as it's called, then that's the recipe.
All right, so we're coming down to the 670 zone. It's the bottom part of this bull bear zone. If we fail to hold here, then I can become a little bit more neutral. No, more. I'm pretty neutral, but a little bit more bearish. But can't do that just yet.
This here now in the S&P is an absolute no-touch zone for me. Right back into the, if you look at the charts I have on the left side of my screen here, the VPOC from yesterday, the main distribution, we have now entered inside that. That is Chop City, or at least the recipe for it. I was initially looking for the, oh, you guys can't see those charts. Sorry, never mind. Oh, here's the distribution I was talking about from yesterday's profile. This LVN right here between the two distributions from yesterday is where I was initially trying to get long after that wick. So as usual, just playing the edges of balance areas and trying to position for that. So no interest being in this fat part of yesterday's distribution here. So we'll wait for something to change and wait for other markets. Thanks, guys.
All right, we're holding the 670 zones here on the first test. ES is also back into that sort of breakout area, 75.60s. So this is first area of support for both. Let's see how we react. Nice DA. All right, bouncing from that 670s. We are creating a lower high, or sorry, a lower low, lower high here. Lower low, lower high. Let's see if we can form my setup. I mean, that's almost 100-point bounce here into that lower high. Not the biggest fan of it.
Yeah, Hoodrich, I wouldn't feel bad about that. It's okay, you know. Not that you're saying you feel bad about it. I'm just making the point that sometimes there's moves that mess up the day's plan for all of us, and that's a good thing to be able to recognize that and to be able to then stand aside and not chop up some P&L for no good reason, you know. Okay, S&P.
All right, I put it in order, but I don't think it's going to fill me. How many points is this? 100 points. I have to cut down my size even more. right, maybe not.
Warsh. My in-laws hailing from the Midwest say washcloth, wash the windows.
All right, so I did quarter of my size because of a 100-point move. So I have very little risk here. And if it starts to fail, I'll probably do like a minus 0.5 R stop. But this is the first area of support, because if we lose 670s, then we are failing the daily bull bear zone. And that means we can work our way back down again. So this is like the first area of defense. And maybe you can just be choppy into 10 o'clock. Semis are still weak. Memory names are still weak. Photonics are strong. Wow, AMD with the back gap up. And Dell, this mother fudger. We held the higher low. Looks like market may want to just chop around. If 670s is lost, then down we go to 500, 520 area for NQ. Yes, it's holding much better. We have memory names weighing down. Yeah, they're still weak. NVIDIA back down. Crowd, software's picking up. More rotation here. Good thing I'm long those. Crowd, big push today in crowd. Yeah, semis are weak. Gonna drag down NQ. So you have software that's pushing higher, helping NQ, what are mags doing? Mags are holding green. So you have software and mags that are green, semis that are weak. So it's just chop, more chop. Market's probably going to want to wait. What are banks doing? Look at that, new all-time highs for XLF. Banks want higher. Oh, what a candle on Chase. Good earnings by Goldman Sachs. Sideways so far. I am. Listen, guys, you guys got to get, I got to get ready for these single stock futures. All right, I'm going to swing them. Oh, it did not open up. All right, so we're still holding that 670 support. So as long as we can continue to hold an NQ, then this is a sideways to higher market. I don't look at the Dow. Just chop, guys. Market's going to want to wait. Take it easy. Protect your capital.
Yes, I look at VWAPs and volume profiles. Yes, that's correct. On my screen, if you will notice there are VWAPs and volume profiles. What is gold up to?
IBM's disaster. Let me see. Oh, Jesus. What happened? Earnings? Yeah. Meta looks really good. Went back up to the top of that base resistance. If we can consolidate up here, can push out. Oh, they gave a warning about earnings. Wow, not a lot of companies do that. Hey, heads up, we're gonna suck this quarter. Is that what they said?
It's called forward guidance.
All right, with 10 minutes left, it pretty much likely that we're just gonna market's just gonna want to wait.
We have the black boxes strangle on right now.
Oh yeah.
Sellers not showing up. We keep getting after this like rotation higher, this point where it stalls out. The sellers kind of try to take control, and the buyers keep just pressing back.
Chris Fisher, I have no idea what you're talking about, my friend, but I hope that makes you all the money.
I mean, the VPOC is right here where we're trading already. In the S&P, at least, maybe you're talking about a different market. Mr. 2020.
Banks are doing really well at all-time highs, helping ES out big time.
Well, TradingView doesn't have real tick data, volume data. It's aggregated. The bubbles are just purely price action based. The arrows and triangles are most important. The bubbles are almost kind of preeminent, like caution, rotation getting a little long in the tooth. But it's not order flow based. It's all price based for those.
Yeah.
All right, sellers. Can you
All right,
show
buyers.
up?
We break down instead.
They're trying.
Come on, do something.
I will scratch this out here momentarily if they push up back at my entry, like they're doing. Because that was not a good look, trying to push those lows and failing. I'm going to make another $50 on this trade. I'm out. Give me my 50. Let's move on. Dang it, I lost 25.
Be better.
Dang it. I mean, it's all fun and games, but the reality is that I've been in 3 trades that haven't worked, and I'm up a little bit. There's something to be said for that. Oh, this is quite annoying. So rather than the edge from yesterday's profile providing an area to lean off of so far, it's doing that thing that it does sometimes, which is fill in, right? You've got a low volume node from the prior session, and it fills in and becomes a high volume node that fills it out, for the composite. Am I going to have to bang into this at the lows? I really shouldn't. I'm just like a little annoyed right now, so I'm not gonna do anything because I feel like I'm not fully objective. So I'm just gonna do nothing. I don't know why I'm annoyed. I shouldn't be annoyed.
He saw something on the tape.
I'm gonna
guys,
have a
that he
fig
didn't
bar.
like. Okay, you can't have a fit right now.
I'm gonna have a fig bar. Don't mind if I do.
Listen, I thought you were a hunter. I thought you were out there doing manly things. You're about to have a fit bar.
Men can have fig bars too, man. You know, sometimes you're out there hunting and you need a fig bar. Don't overthink it.
Listen, Kanzler, you can fade me. Like, I lose too. You guys want to see this drawdown recovery of the losses and then the recovery? Let me see. Like, I lose as well. Where's my account? Let me log in. Oh, is that not my password?
Buyers continue to press.
Because this is just my
I've
cash
eaten
flow
figs off
account.
of a tree.
Mehar. This is just my day trading account. If I can make, I don't know. There's some days that I make a lot, some months that I make a lot. What I do is that this is my day trading accounts create cash flow. My cash flow goes into my swing trading account, and then in the swing trading account is where I actually put on real size, because it's just swing trading is just easier to put on 10, 20, 50K, 100K in a trade, right? And you make more, substantially more over time, right? Can you make more in the short term with futures? Absolutely. But over time, it's just easier to make more on 50,000, 200,000, a million. It's just the same process. But whoever said that about not fading me, look at this. How do I hide this so I can share? So the IB strat was, I had a couple human errors. And so I've been in a drawdown just because I'm trading the Asia market now. And sometimes I miss it. So how can I share this without? Maybe if I do this. Can I hide this? I guess not. How do I? Yeah, I don't know how to show you guys. Oh, maybe if I do this. Okay. You guys see this? This is the P&L for this month for the IB strat. For me, again, not the strategy. The strategy is doing much better than me this month because I've had some human errors that I've missed. And so I actually missed 3 big profitable trades, which I would have been would have been positive on the month. So I participated in the losing trades a little bit more. But yesterday there were 2 back-to-back full days for the New York session and the Asia session. And it pretty much recovered 85% of the drawdown in 2 trades. But see, I lose as well, right? So you could totally fade me. Over time, I thankfully I make money. All right, there we go. Some action here, some life. It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's really really powerful when we start trending. It's just the market hasn't really been trending, right? So its win rate has been lower in the last 2 weeks. Chop chop. Yeah, how's my statement weak? I said over time I make money. Somebody said that's a weak statement. That's how trading it works.
Let's take out the lows for Daddy.
Merritt and Chris, this is my ideal action. Any tips on how to define, quantify this? I have no idea how to quantify
You're a
this.
psycho?
This is chop for me. Like I go to the 5-second chart, maybe. I would not want to quantify this. In 5 years, you're gonna.
All right, I'm gonna start scaling out. We took out the lows for Daddy. Yeah, I mean, if you're on a really low time frame and you are playing a mean reversion around a very short-term mean, chop is the recipe for making money. Making money during chop is just as good of a strategy as making money during a trend, but more people are attached to trading trends because that's what the books talk about. So, good for you. How to quantify it? How to quantify anything? You got to put together the if-thens. You got to think through the logic. You got this. Use a LLM to help.
Oh, you're gonna win here. I'll probably take a stop here. They want to see my downfall.
The chat loves carnage.
I don't know why. I mean, again, if you can make money in this, fantastic. But can it really be sustainable? Can you increase your size over time? I mean, to make microsecond executions in this range, like I wouldn't think that's sustainable. Like your execution skills need to be elite.
That's right.
And if you're not even consistent yet, or you have a year, 2 years of consistency, I wouldn't say. But look, I'm not, I'm going to get stopped out here. So who am I to say anything, right? I'm fine losing 1 R, guys, so I can make 8R on the next trade.
I was in from higher. I'm in from like 75, 81s. It's just that was as it was coming back into those lows, I added another kind of momentum lot add. And so it's FIFO accounting here. So that's that last momentum lot add, but that's not kind of how I consider the position.
Okay, I took a stop here. It looks
Into
like we
ETH
might
VWAP.
finally break this.
Growing up, we had a
Oh, his story time?
a persimmon tree. You guys ever eat like fresh persimmons off of a tree? As long as the foxes haven't gotten them all.
I agree, Wonky, but sometimes the range is just too choppy. Like this is one candle up, one candle down, back to back. I think if you want to have a sustainable range sort of action, I would say that the range needs to be better, wider, in order to make it more sustainable.
No, they don't look like raspberries.
Like there's chop and then there's barcode. It's 20 minutes before the IB. Where are we in relation to the daily 9 SMA? We are below the daily 9 SMA now, so the IB strat will be looking to go short. The 9 daily SMA is around 721 at the moment. So as long as we stay below it, I will be looking to short.
What's the RVol situation here? Just kind of average so far.
Are you holding some runners?
Yeah. Not very excited about it, but yeah, I am. We'll see if we can't get through VWAP a second, really almost third time here.
NQ much weaker. I already made a new low against that open low. ES is holding.
Kind of want to. I'd rather flip long here, honestly. I'll flatten out. Made more than $50. Max favorable excursion, 925. Max adverse excursion, 25. Just keep working the recipe, and eventually we'll get lucky with some exits.
You cook. All right, so we're losing the bull bear zone on the daily and NQ. Now, I can look for, as long as we don't bounce up and recover, then we can push down into 520 area. The lows of the overnight consolidation, which was around, for me, that's London low, 520 to 550. Crowd is pumping. Still stuck at the 670s. We can't bounce from here, then we're going down to 550s. Wedge here. Come on, why can't I select this? There you go. Yes, it's holding, trying to hold there.
I mean, the sellers are non-existent. Non-existent. There's the momentum shift.
Chop, chop. But weak NQs leading lower, finally breaking below the 670s area.
And the market screws out the longs on the momentum shift higher. Very nice. Very nice. There's some sellers.
By 50s. I say, guys, lose 670s, we go to 550s. Here it is. ES can go down to 75.43 area. Next support, prior day low is at 75.47.
For me, if the team could show my leftmost charts, I just can't get comfortably. First of all, the spike higher this morning was just picture perfect. That's where that market needed to get to test 5 or 6 different levels across 3 or 4 different time frames. But for me to get bearish, I need to see us start to hold below the lower distribution from yesterday. So we would need to accept below 75.60s before I get interested in meaningful shorts, right? Little scalps based on stuff is a little different, but that's what I'm looking at on the downside plan or trade ideas.
You meant so I will be looking for shorts for the IB because we are below the daily 9 SMA. So we are in a range, you're right, but the trend filter is what matters here, which is the daily 9 SMA, and we are below it, which is currently around 715. So as long as we're below that, then strategy will look short. In 10 minutes.
Oh, don't pop and turn. Little long position here. Looking for a quick scale. But I think we're going to have to scratch. We'll see. Get a little lucky. Keep
Hey,
pushing.
Chris,
Keep pushing.
I won a 100K account as a giveaway. I'm testing my own
Scaled
iteration
into VWAP.
for my first real quality setup for that specific account, learning from your IB testing. Nice. You know, create rules that repeat through time. what is the performance of those rules? I would do a multi-month back test. Keep iterating those rules until you find something that works, right? There's different like ways to trade the IB. There's like sometimes we'll have a SMT where NQ takes out the IB low and ES doesn't. That could be a strategy, right? Where you can solely only for that account take that setup. Also, when maybe a long or a short at the 50% of the IB, right? With specific rules, like you look to trade away from the 50% area into the IB high or low. That could be a strategy, right? It's just about identifying the rules that create the outcome that you want with a manageable drawdown for that specific setup. And then just trade that.
Just do that. Come on, Warsh. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. I actually do need some new tennis shoes. Now that I think about it.
Awesome. Keep
Just
at
for
it.
casual.
Look at this bounce back up. ES looks like a fell breakdown of that 75.68 zone. Reclaim now if he can hold here and move sideways a bit to show acceptance that it's been recovered, then ES can shoot back up.
All right, chat, let's play the game. You know what time it is. It's time for what brand of shoes is Merritt currently trading in? What do we have for him, guys?
I'm not familiar with that game.
What do we have for him? Crocs, Converse, New Balance, On, Ferragamo. You've never met me before. New Balance, no shoes. Hey, dudes, never heard of that. Oh, Mehar Bogal, got it. He got it. Oh, let's pull them off. These dirty old muddy Brooks. You nailed it. He nailed it. I've about beaten these things to death. I need some new shoes.
Well, you made more than $50, so
We can afford shoes now. Let's go. That's what trading is all about. We have some fun here sometimes. Sometimes we have some fun.
sometimes Merritt is funny, guys.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Other times, it's proprietary stuff. All right, so there's real no follow through lower. I would say ES looks to be more choppy than NQ because ES is already back into the prior range. NQ is back testing that prior range. All right, we have 5 minutes here for the IB strat.
That'll be a flatten for me on that little sellers coming in with momentum. Just captured a rotation. That's all I wanted.
All right, so here's my other account that I'll be trading. And let's see how it does today. Yesterday was a very big day. So maybe today is a losing day. We are setting up the, where are we actually in relation to the IB? Yeah, we can be setting up the IB strat already if this 2-minute higher low fails. So if this higher low fails, that would be 8 contracts to risk $1,130. But I can't take it yet. 726. I mean, technically I can. All right, so if we break below this candle low, we have a new high here. New high. Okay, so I need a new higher low here. You know what, guys? It's going to be tricky trading around these events, but when you go back test, you don't go back and see, oh, this is what happened because somebody said this or somebody said that. You only go back and look at what price did and say, did price trigger this parameter? Yes or no? Okay. So in real time, it doesn't matter what's happening in the world. You need to execute the strategy as is. The stop loss goes on the other side of the high. So pretty much it'll look something like this, right? The entry, the stop. But I need to wait for a new higher low here because we made a new high. So we need to do something like this: high, higher low, and then set up the breakdown. Yeah, I took a big slippage sale last week. I think you guys saw it on Friday. I was placing my stops, and then on the last quarter, 112 points later. Good thing it was only 1/4 of my size. All right, so it's currently setting up as this candle low. So on the next candle, if we break under this candle low, then I'll be looking to short. But I need this candle to close here. If it's a bearish engulfing candle, then the rules say to not engage.
2020, how are his cuffs sitting? What do you mean? Are they like sticking out too far, too aggressive, like too much with like material past the link? What are we talking here? Oh, just all crammed up inside the, the circumference of the jacket sleeve. My goodness. Oh, sell them. Short him.
You're watching him right now? You don't like what he's wearing?
That's the word on the street. Not a good look. I've never actually seen a picture of this guy. Fed chair, Warsh. Okay, a little younger than I was expecting. I don't know why I assumed it's a name like Warsh. You expect him to be, gray-headed.
With the name of Merritt, I expected something else. Oh, he's testifying today? Against what? I thought he was just doing a speech. He just came on. What does he have to testify? You're showing us your toy collection here? Oh, he's testifying his plan and intentions. What are your plans? It's like a father talking to this kid, What are your plans and intentions?
With my daughter.
I mean, it's 2026. It could be with my son. Who are we to judge? Maybe not in Nashville.
It looks like overall he wears some decent suits, but yeah, today he just really rolled out of bed. It's rough. Can you tell the market's a little choppy, guys? We're
All
grasping
right, so I
at
have an order
straws.
for a short for the IB strat, unless we make a new high. If we make a new high, then the IB strat is going to be waiting again.
Juicy stops to be ran in the S&P into kind of 75.90.
So it looks like we broke down below that 670 zone in AQ, and now we're reclaiming it. I'm telling you guys, that 670 area is really important for the market here. It's the exact midpoint of the larger weekly range we are in, from 670 to 800. So, when people ask about how can you know that the market's going to be choppy, right exactly in the midpoint of the large consolidation, there's going to be a lot of chop there. I don't know if that's the VPOC at 670 to 800 on the daily chart, but that's a really good way of understanding where it's going to be choppy, right exactly at that bull bear zone line, because you can imagine there's going to be buyers and sellers fighting around that spot to then pick the next 2 to 3 day directional move away from that, right? So okay, so we made a new high, so I have to wait for a new higher low, meaning, let me delete this. We're currently in a higher high, higher low 9MA uptrend. So until that fails, that's when I can look for a short. And if it doesn't, then there's no short setup for the IB strat. We are actually reclaiming the daily 9 SMA. So I'm going to be looking for a long now.
Are you watching this, man?
Yeah.
What is he saying? Rhetorical question. Don't care. Jimmy Caggs, hit us with something. Tracy, Tracy.
Meatloaf. Tracy says he ain't saying much. Just saying blah 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 task force, blah 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 task force.
Evidently,
Task
it's a
force.
Trump post on maybe a U.S.-Japan trade and investment deal.
Wow, 2020 Fed framework was a mistake.
Cooper, maybe a delayed market reaction to Warsh's cups. Oh, Coop.
We want to increase inflation and the market's going up.
We want the increase in inflation to be more limited.
Oh,
Key clarifier.
I didn't read that part. All right, so we'll be looking for longs here if we set up a pullback here, but man, crowd and net are pumping. On back up to Google. Google wants to break out. A little bit more sideways in Google, but it has earnings coming up. Okay, let's see. Hey, cats. Good morning. I know it's cat. No, cats. Cat stops cat. I just say cat from now on.
What about the gold? Wow, still sideways. Long hair, don't care.
Well, maybe bottoming here. Sideways now for the last month or so. A bit tricky here to put on new trades. So I'm just going to stick to the IB strat and take that if it triggers. If we can form acceptance though at IB highs, I am interested in longs. Again, I've been a neutral to higher focus here based on the structure. And you can see that we moved below the 670 zone, which was the bull bear zone line. We reclaimed it. So I have to continue to think sideways to higher as long as we hold again.
Merritt, do you track gamma exposure? I do not. What is gamma? The change
I think
in
it's
Vega?
what the Hulk got
It's the
in his body.
acceleration of the acceleration? Is that what it is? Do you know, Chris?
I only think it's what the Hulk has in his body. He has a lot of gamma.
I can understand you. Sensitivity to change in Vega?
It's just a lot of these things are just another way to look at support and resistance. But if you already have a good understanding of that, you don't need to add more tools. to look at support or resistance.
Yeah, it's the sensitivity of the delta to the change in the underlying. There we go. I don't think that's anything to do with support resistance. I think it's more like exposure sensitivity.
Yeah, but they're saying, oh, there's a gamma wall here. I'm going to sell calls. Okay.
Oh,
it's resistance.
I gotcha. Yeah. I forgot that trendy thing.
It's just resistance or support. Just look at the left side of the chart and it'll tell you that.
Well, I think a lot of times those levels are different, right? Because they're not price based. They're options database. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's not my cup of tea.
You can't create options too, okay? You can only create certain things, Merritt. Okay. All right, so a whole lot
The
of
tail
nothing
that
up
wags
here,
the
right?
dog, right?
A lot of option traders here, huh, guys? Hey, by the way, guys, don't forget to like the stream, subscribe. Almost close to 250,000 subscribers. Like
Thanks,
it up.
Jim.
I don't think we have enough gamma exposure on the likes, guys. So we need to increase the gamma.
The gamma.
Gamma. We need to increase it, guys. We need a. Let's see. There's 1,000 of you.
Yeah, but it's dealer positioning and their need to either hedge or not because of the dynamics of what gamma actually is and their exposures. That's what it's about.
Gamma exposure on these likes. We need more exposure. Crank it up, guys.
Let's get some Vanna, some charm in the chat, please.
But take it easy on the theta, okay?
There you
The lower
go.
the theta, the better.
You're in the biz. There you go.
I know a thing or two.
He knows a thing or two because he's seen a thing or two.
I might have been an options trader when I started. All right, we're technically above.
I'm not dismissive of it. Let the record show. I'm not dismissing it. I said it's not my thing, so I can't speak to it or whatnot. I just talk about my limited, ignorant understanding of it. That's all.
So we're technically above the daily 9 SMA at this moment. So I have to look for a long.
Just wait 10 minutes.
I know. The daily 9 SMA is at $728. So as long as we're above the 728 level, for now, I have to look at longs. Or else I just start trading my opinion of where we are and how the day is going and say, oh, no, it's bearish. I got to short it. And guess what? I'll take a stop. And if you do that a lot, you won't have confidence in your strategy. Okay, we didn't have to wait 10 minutes. What's my entry on the IB strat for long? Higher low? No, that's the entry for a short. If a higher low breaks, then you're looking for a short because that means that the uptrend is ending, right? If a lower high breaks, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, then now you're getting a reversal in the trend structure. So for me to short, if we are below the daily 9 SMA, I need to look for a higher low to then break and short. We are now just barely breaking below the daily 9 SMA. So then now I can look for a trade. But the trend filter requirement needs to be met. And then that opens up the setup. I can't front run it. And you know what, guys, as you guys iterate, and whoever I was talking to about iterating his own strategy, and you really have to be strict on following the rules, because if you're not, then if you don't have the confidence, you're not going to be able to trade larger size. How are you going to have the confidence to go place trades on a drawdown if your dollar risk is now from $200, $300 to $2,000, $3,000, right? You're not going to have a successful experience in a drawdown. You're going to think you're losing, and the dollar amount is just going to be higher and higher. So it's really important, just with all strategies, that you understand the data behind it and you are starting small, so you don't focus on the money. So, how many of you are closing your trade because you don't want to lose money on it, right? If it's up a little bit. All right, so we're still above the daily 9 SMA. Oh, we can trigger here. 5. Oh, shoot, I need to put this too long. Okay, never mind. We're back under the 9 DMA. So I cannot execute here. We'll have to continue to wait. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Sale. That's why you have to, if you start smaller and you develop a habit of focusing more on the process versus your emotional attachment to the dollar, eventually throughout time, you're more disciplined and you can trade larger size while focusing on the process. Or else, like you had a 2-hour day, but it should have been a 5-hour day. Like, really think about that. That's a big difference, because you just missed out on 3 hours, right? Three full trades that can provide cushion for your future losses, where your drawdowns can be minimized. So like that's really important to dive into. A lot of back and forth here. All right, so far no setup for the no entry rule has been met for the IB strat, so I cannot execute. The 15-minute ES and NQ is just chop. Like, it's just barcode action on the 15-minute. So if you're trading the 10-second chart, like ME, you're having the time of your life.
Every time I hear that phrase, I think of that guy they let, like, for the first time ever. Was it a Super Bowl or something? Like the sideline reporter. He's having the time of his life.
Okay, so I thought we had it, let's break through this gamma wall here. We need some positive flows in the likes. All right, not much for me to do here. We don't have clear structure at the moment. Stocks are just chopping around. But I'll be looking to short here if we can set it up. Rumo, how's your trades been today? Because I see you post your trade and then I see price reverse. Chris says higher high, but he means max high of the current leg. There's a difference. Same for lower low. Did somebody ask a question about that, Melissa? Short at 637. What's COS? Trade to sell. No, it's a serious question. I want to know what is, like, how can we help? Because look, for me, a short entry at 702 is kind of late. The rejection happened from 825. So for me to say I'm going to short at 702 from a rejection from 825, when we're coming back down into the 50% of the IB, which is at 690, just 12 points below the 702 entry, where can we help him with that idea? Because now we are 30 points against his entry. Where is his stop, right? So I'm not, talking ish. I'm saying, hey, share what's going on with your trading so we could help. Like the rotations, so far we've confirmed that we're in a balanced day. We are rotating inside of the IB high and IB low. We came down exactly to the 50% mark, the midpoint of this balance day, after rejection from IB high. So, from a technical perspective, to take a short right to the midpoint in a balance day, it doesn't make sense because there's a higher probability that we can bounce back up because we are at the midpoint of the balance day. Does that make sense? So yes, I want to ask what's going on so we could help.
A quick recap for you guys. Sometimes this is fun to do post-mortem. Really, really tough session. Very choppy, as we've talked about, for those of you who've been on and been trading. Trying to think of the main points. There's so many different things to cover here. Number one, you don't see any trades where now let's just walk through it real quick, and then we'll make some points as we go. Came on stream, tried the long here. Quick scale, remember that? It took out that high, and it was not working well, and then stopped out on the remainder. Recall this little attempt right here. I'm bullish from this region, but you know what? Based on what's happening here, I think we're running lows in terms of a small stop run. I tried it. I got a tiny scale and a tiny scratch.
27.
Then I wait for more of a real trade. Now something's changed. This area that I was long from, I now actually want to be short from because we've now accepted kind of under that region. So I'm leaning that way short term, not the big stuff. Try it. Actually took a stop here. Try it. scratched. Try it, add to it, and then got some scales and whatnot there. Didn't really capture as much of this as I could have. Nice long reversal here from an interesting spot, but again, it's really just a scalp. I wasn't super interested in holding for anything more. So there's the scale, and then you see that momentum shift is where the exit came out. So really, really tough conditions, a lot of noise, a lot of head fakes, but still able to kind of pick some decent spots and capture a little something out of a sideways market. That's just my thoughts, my thinking on kind of the body of work today.
All right, so I got long per the IB strat. We finally triggered a bullish setup exactly like a few points above the daily 9 SMA. So I just got to set up my R targets now. My entry was a few points late because I wasn't sure if we were above the daily 9 SMA or not. But it did trigger, it did set up and trigger. The high is at Hey Chris, what do you think about going about long from this higher low on the 2-minute, also on the 5-minute? Yeah, you use whatever the market is generating here for context. We're bouncing out to 50% of the IB. We failed to have followed through lower. I mean, I'm long because of the IB strat, but like I said, a 50% bounce from the IB can be a good strategy. Like you can backtest that and see.
Who we got next? Jack and Stowe. Those boys.
Bows are back in town. All right, I need to set up my R targets here. Eight. Come on, it's not ready yet.
I love this long here, man.
Yeah, I know. I got to set up my on targets, but I'm waiting for my indicator here to populate.
What's up,
I guess
Stowe
I
and Jack?
manually.
Morning, guys.
What up?
What up?
Yo.
Long and strong, Mr. Chris.
Yeah, we shall see.
Cool.
What about you guys?
I'm pocket. I'm in the pocket. I am long gold from this morning's low, post number, long ES, long NQ, just chilling. I do think we're going to break out of that overnight high. And I'm just kind of got a couple of targets above us and just waiting around. I wanted to be one and done here. I did trade a little last night, but just
I traded too.
Take these trades. What were you doing last night? What were you doing up low so late?
I cut the drop into the overnight low in NQ.
Sick.
Like I closed my last at like I think 326, something like that. It was a good Asia session.
Yeah, it was partying. NQ was teleporting around. It was scary. I also traded the hell out of it.
Very nice.
Yeah, very nice. I took a good trade this morning and hit a bunch of goals with it on this. I had my last target at 90, and whatever happened, I don't know what happened here at 10:30.
That was a good stop run.
Yeah, it was like woo. So I got on board with that.
And I did not get back in on this retest at 75. I'm starting to have some small regrets about it, but I might just have to be done. It did the news candle spike thing that I like. So that was cool. I got long at 50, I think it was like 59 by the time I got back in. So
Cool.
good day.
Well, boys, I got to hop off. Y'all tear it up.
All right.
Chat.
Bet you do,
Did great
Merritt.
today.
11 o'clock, dude.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Stay busy,
I'm out.
brother.
I'm out, guys, too. You guys have a good sesh, all right? Chat.
All right.
See you
Later,
next
homies.
time. Take care.
I'll root for your long, Chris.
Thanks.
Later, guys. All right, Stowe, it's just us. I have a chainsaw going on outside my window, so I might occasionally mute myself so you guys don't have to endure what I'm currently enduring.
Okay. What's going I mean, what are they cutting down? Anything fun?
They're doing a few things, but I'm currently I'm in my mom's basement.
Classic.
Yeah. So they are they have their driveway is like tilted, and they're just redoing like the sides. I guess I would call them a retaining wall. They're redoing a retaining wall right outside my window, fortunately. So,
Fun fact about me, I love retaining walls and I love doing concrete work. That is one of my favorite things ever. As far as like work, like outside work goes, I love messing with concrete and I love doing walls.
really,
Yeah.
I prefer lines over walls, but whatever floats your boat.
How's the chat doing? You guys okay? It's been a pretty fun one. It's been a good one. Ooh, I have a poll to answer. What is my biggest pain point in trading?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Probably mine's over trading for sure, 100%.
Yeah, I voted over trading. That's an easy one to do though when you're looking at 15 markets.
Yep. I love the game. Just love the game. This is turning into some pretty gnarly stuff today. I don't know. We're not kind of pullback. If maybe that pullback to 665 was all we're going to get. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm going to be patient, I think.
I don't know. I'm kind of worried that it's going to be like a boring day. Like I have really good position as XY would say. I got great seats. Don't give up your seats. Like I'm long from like basically the RTH low right now, and
Nice.
I'm thinking we drift up towards those highs. But then I'm like, oh, man, it would just really suck to. I mean, I've taken a partial on my ES, but I keep moving my target up in the NQ, being a little greedy here. I do think oil is starting to roll over. I was a little long biased. We did trade it exactly into my support, but just the action from the 9 o'clock time frame here and overnight makes me think we're starting, without any real aggressive escalation up at the $80 handle here, might start seeing the ceiling. So I actually got an order to short oil right now at 79.69. I do think that it's just been, yesterday was great long. Today, even overnight, another great opportunity long, but we're up 20% off the lows, I believe, and may start seeing some ceilings in it. So we did get a breakdown below the Asia low and the European session low, so I'm kind of looking to sell that first pop. But yeah, just kind of slow in the indexes. So I'm worried about a consolidation.
Yeah, let me pull the big guy. So last night I was leaning on this 360 guy. I traded this a ton. That's what I was doing overnight. Chris was short. I was catching this low because that is my spot. And now we are just trying to find the plan here. I guess we can get to 30K 57. I guess that's next stop if we want to hold on this side of value. And it seems happy to do so. It's just doing violent things. So I need to be extra careful. Let's see. 762 is hold the +1. Let's see where ES is. And 88. 94. Okay. So these are my reference points.
Oil just popped the low.
Definitely something was said just now.
I believe Warsh is speaking.
Ah. Okay, good.
I thought he was supposed to speak at 10, but it looks like he was speaking a little later than 10.
So we got CPI, and we're talking about hike or not hike. Okay. Man, dude, is that real? Did Trump really say Hormuz is open except for Iran? Okay.
I like that line.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of like a funny comparable comment.
When Tracy tells me the straight's open, the straight's open. Until that, I'm not looking at anything.
That's a good one. Honestly, that's creative.
That's like saying Lake Erie's open, except to Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think of something comparable, and I can't even think of it. Like, it's like the Mississippi's flowing except through Mississippi. Or something. I like it though. It's good, creative.
Hey, Fly here. You think we're getting there?
I tell you what, I'm okay with it because my positions are going all my direction.
Me too. I want it, and if we can hold 92.75, we're putting a bunch of bid in up here. It's looking constructive.
You know what? I always say oil really leads this news cycle. Like I just mentioned right before he tweeted that oil was trending down. I was looking for a short, and then we continue to pop through that low. And apparently that made somebody in the chat freak out that I said pop through the low. Sorry. But I don't know. I'll just continue to say this, but the people that play the oil markets, like they have the most information with like the smallest group. Like the stock market there's way more factors at play, earnings, inflation, etc. But like oil is kind of just like right now, it's like this one play, like is it open? Is it not open? Like how many barrels of oil are moving through? And like whether it's the Saudis or BP, like there's a lot of insiders in the oil game. Tracy being one of them. Tracy, shout out you. She tells us what's going on. She calls up the sheiks. She tells me how to trade oil.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move my NASDAQ into view so you guys can see my position there as well. This gold, I tell you what though, gold has been the best trade for me though. I mean, I freaking take this low. I'm long from 40.76. It was like a perfect setup for me. And my other theory about going long gold this morning as opposed to the indexes, I did try the indexes before these current trades I'm in. But gold was going to have less like games being played. So like CPI came in lower than expected. You know, obviously the indexes went up on that. So did gold. Gold went up significantly more as a percentage term than the indexes. And then I just thought that we would hold that pullback better. And that's why I wanted to focus on like gold as my longs because it's the same like fundamental trade here, right? Like CPI comes lower than expected. Okay, markets move up on that information because the Fed's got room to maybe lower interest rates, or maybe we're not going to get that. I think Jim said yesterday it's a 50% hike chances in July, which was like crazy high. Then you take that off the table with a low CPI. I don't know what it dropped to today. Jim can, if he's listening, can comment. I haven't looked at the Fed Watch tool, but I just thought gold was going to be that better trade, and I just applied my entry method to it. And really clean freaking 27 points here with like I don't even think it took a point of heat on that entry.
Yeah, all the macro stuff is always hilarious to me. It's just like Warsh says, you know, we might have to hike earlier than we thought. Chance of a hike goes up to 50%. Globex spends the entire night digging a bottom, finding one. Then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, turns out that analyst, off on that projection. Now we're back up here. It's like, okay, fair enough. I'm the least tinfoil hat dude on the planet, but it's very hard not to wear one sometimes.
Oh, dude, I rock the tinfoil hat. I go to the grocery store with the tinfoil hat. But yeah, so also just pulled up my scanner on my tweet or on my screen here, in silver, best trending market to the upside here. But this is the current session here for the Globex. I'm gonna move this tracker out of the way. Let's look at the RTH session. Yeah, RTH session, silver, gold.
Everybody partying. Okay.
Yeah. Currencies too. I mean, 6A, 6S, 6E, etc. Just really trending higher here. The indexes are actually, the Nasdaq's the worst. But we've had some pretty crappy action. The YM, which if you do look at the YM yesterday, I mean, I know you're kind of on the same market. The YM held up really well in the morning. We're kind of seeing that off the open here. It's holding up a little bit better.
NQ's making higher highs at the moment. ES, no higher high. Again, I'm still going to wait. I think I might wait for London to close to get into anything else.
Might not be a bad idea here.
I pressed into this. Well, I didn't press into this high, but I took off. I took off my trades into these pops, and I'm just. I'm having a difficult time convincing myself to press into this like it's a proper trend day, because it's not slow enough yet for me to get away with grinding into new highs. I guess. I think that's where I've landed.
Yeah. I do feel like that morning entry is over. I do think that's a great decision. If I wasn't in anything and I was looking for a trade kind of where we are, because I'm still getting the feeling that we're maybe in a range day, but then again, like there's nothing to buy up here. Like we're trending higher. Like if you were to aggressively buy up here, I think you're catching yourself in a short up here. I don't know. I'm personally not into shorting up here, and I'm not into buying up here. So I do like that way. And Matthias, my dad's name is not Frank, and he is not the CEO of Amarak Island. That'd be a good story though.
Tracy's laughing. Tracy had a great tweet yesterday, I think, of which the punchline was he can tweet $4 off the front month anytime he wants to, but it's not going to put oil back in the barrels. Is that what you say? Am I paraphrasing? It was really good. Tracy's a pretty good follow on the old Twitter. That's a good call, Flight, here. If you use that thick tinfoil, you got to get the heavy duty tinfoil. Really protect yourself from the gamma rays.
I use only heavy duty. It leaches less. They say tinfoil leaches into your food if you cook with it too much, which would explain the brain issues I have. Every time vegetables, dude, forget cooking on the pan. I'm not cleaning up. This stuff's going right on the tinfoil.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Vegetables in the oven, dude.
I'm pretty bad. Yeah. I'm pretty bad with paper plates too. I'm not gonna lie. All my meal prep is primarily paper plate related. Weighing everything out. Yeah. But
you're weighing it out.
Yep. I hurt some paper plates. The planet takes a hit.
I think Tracy's X handle is in the bio, and so is every one else's. So you're going to want to follow every one of your favorite streamers here. And if you go to the description of the YouTube, you got Tracy's down there. Yep, Tracy. Wait, is she down there? Oh yeah.
I think is she Shy Girl?
She's Shy Girl.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that means she's from Chicago or she's shy, because she isn't shy, and I don't think she lives in Chicago anymore. So
She doesn't, but Chicago's in her heart.
yeah, maybe. I don't have a brother named Chris. I don't know what's up with the 21 questions about my family.
Somebody's trying to get your social security number eventually.
Yeah, right, guys.
Jack, do you have a brother named Chris? And also, what's your mother's maiden name? And what was the first house you lived in?
Yeah. I'm starting to get suspicious. My tracker back.
Yeah, she's really into chai tea. That's good.
Yeah, you feel free to send me a wire, Richie. But you can. I'm gonna put my Venmo here in like an Amazon wish list. My Bitcoin address.
We didn't take out the spike on either yet. Okay. So high and low is both still open, but the IBs are not open. Okay. Good.
Lewis, I'm just joking around. Yeah, I am pretty sure everybody. So my last name's Gleason, and I think we're all from like the same town in Ireland or something like that. So I'm probably related to them somewhere down my genealogy. But yeah, first pet's name was Master. It was a beta fish.
What? You had a fish named Master?
Master, yeah, it was a beta fish.
Okay. That's a cool name. That's a cool name for a fish.
Yeah.
You hungry, Master? Yes, Master. All right. I feel like this sets you up for a weird conversation with a fish a lot.
Yeah, no, we talk a lot. No, that is a true story. That is not but it is also a joke, but a true story. But yeah, that's a true story. Let's see here. What is my trading strategy? So, good question.
There is a seller up here.
My trading strategy is basically, so I look at multiple markets, as many of you know, and what I try to do is with the indexes, I like to determine which market I think is the strongest and which market is the weakest. And then I determine a bias. So first thing I'm doing is like market selection. I select markets based on a few different things. The most important thing being like the price action and the trend and like maybe potential news events around that market. So like oil right now, is going to be on my watch list. Gold and the indexes are going to move because of CPI. So those are the markets I've selected, which is primarily the markets I trade. I will dabble in some other things if those are not moving, but there's almost always movement. So like kind of they're looking at like if something's going on in Europe with like a crisis economically, like maybe I'll be trading the euro, or if like the yen, when the yen was moving, I'll trade the yen. But so market selection, and then once I have my market selection, then I apply an entry strategy, and my entry strategy is in combination of Fibonacci retracements, something I refer to as leg starts, these green and red boxes you see on my screen, these green boxes and red boxes. There's really no red boxes right now because we're uptrending. Actually, there's a red box up here in
get back in there.
That's kind of faint. And then, so it's market selection, entry selection, and then that's kind of, and then I go risk management, and a deeper dive on my risk management is in the develop your edge segment. I trade first targets and stop are the same size. Second target, my stop moves to break even, and third target's typically a new high or new low. I time my trades upon entry 25 minutes, and if we're not going my way, I'm either moving my stop down or taking the position off, partial or full. So that's kind of like my strategy in a nutshell. I know it's a little long-winded, but I guess most trading strategies should be long-winded. It's not exactly as simple as buy low, sell high. I wish it was.
I don't know if this is going to be a problem here. See if this seller can stay on sides at 91. Don't really believe in them. Again, I don't really want to take it, but this guy got on sides for 10 seconds. It might just be, let's see, NQ's working on a new high, though. And drugs for free if it was 1970.
Is this your song or?
No. Sorry.
No, I'm curious. I'm like, dude, sing it louder. I want to hear it.
No, this is a Viagra Boys song. Cool, a weird band, but fun.
Nice.
I like them.
Another great name. Jeez,
yeah, Viagra Boys. They're from Sweden, so they have an excuse for being extra weird. Good morning, Leo.
Dude, there's some great bands from those Nordic countries, like those rock bands. Good morning, Leo. How do you decide what high low to find retracements? So, some people like fibs, some people hate fibs. If you don't know how to use fibs, they don't work. I'll just say that. But a Fibonacci sequence is a tool used for momentum continuation. Like a 50% retracement is like a momentum continuation. A range would be like a 78. So based on I try to line up my fibs with other levels. I'm not just going to blankly draw halfway back and be like, oh, this is the one. I like to have confirmation. I do believe that, I have enough evidence to see that I believe that there's programs tied to fibs, but they don't run all the time. They only run in certain scenarios. So I'm just trying to find where when and where those scenarios are, and then apply my strategy. So it's really not as simple as when should you look for fibs. But I would say anytime a market is moving at an aggressive rate of speed, like oil over the last few days, just draw fibs on it. Go back on the chart and draw fibs and see if you can find something that kind of lines up.
We had a pretty big fill here at 72. I want to see what happens around this guy. This is NQ's high for now. And ES is kicking around this 93, 94, which was an area of interest that I had from Monday. What day is today? Is it Tuesday? It's Tuesday right now. Okay. For some reason I thought it was Wednesday today. I'm all screwed up because I'm leaving for that tour. So yeah, I was watching this guy on Sunday, 93, 94. Let's see if we can get back above this. NQ on a mission right now.
Yes, it is. So, for example, for those of you who are asking about fibs, the full 50% retracement from the high of the June 22nd to the most recent swing low is 29,938. So I got my current targets right below that. So I do think that's going to act as resistance. So two-thirds are going to be taken off there.
Oh, National Mac and Cheese Day. Thank you, Jim. I forgot about our fun fact bit I was gonna do. I need to get on board with you for that. Well, happy National Mac and Cheese Day to those who celebrate.
Making me hot. I love mac and cheese.
Me too.
Dude, the best.
It's on my list of things I'm gonna eat in December.
I do not feel good after I eat it. The box mac and cheese.
Oh yeah.
I try to go with the Annie's to tell myself I'm doing, so, it's like $4 instead of $1. I'm like, it's gotta be better for you. Nope. Still.
See, I'm a shell. I prefer the shells if I'm doing the box.
Okay.
I would do shells and cheese.
Don't they have guitar ones? I feel like I've seen guitar mac and cheeses.
Oh, all kinds of shit. Yeah, for sure. We're kind of out of that phase, but the big one was we were big Paw Patrol shape mac and cheese fans around these parts. It's getting wiggly.
Yeah.
Somebody's thinking about something.
We're eating box mac and cheese after a bad trading day. When we lose $4,000, we eat box mac and cheese.
See, I enjoy all the cheap food, and like I like ramen. Like I love a Shin cup. That's my favorite. The Shin ramen is number one. It's nice and spicy. So I enjoy that when I'm not broke, even when I'm not licking my wounds.
Dude, sometimes I go to Whole Foods, and when I'm up $4,000 in a day, we get the lobster mac.
Hell yeah.
You slip it in the oven, comes in the tin foil, so I get my leached tin foil straight to my brain. Yeah, Annie's has been bought and sold out, Adam. I agree. But you know what? So is everything else. It's just corporation. That's when the market keeps going up. Capitalism. Consolidation, margin expansion, monopolies. Can't even get real good stuff anymore.
Oh, yes. My goodness, Hans. Yes. I had to get so many different Huntrix ramens. And the thing is, the kid doesn't like any of them. And I know that. I knew she wasn't going to like them. But she wanted to have them because that's what the Huntrix girls were eating. She's like, oh, I really don't like this one. I'm like, yeah, man, you don't like this flavor. You never have. So I ended up eating a lot of Huntrix ramen. But that phase is in the past. We're on to what the hell are we up to right now?
So, I like that Pirates hat, by the way. That's like the OG
Oh, thanks.
hat.
Yep. Big fan of this one. Man, I'm excited. I'm excited for the second half of the season.
Is that pitcher gotten any better that you guys got that was blowing games? What's his name?
Santana? No. He has not. He's still hit or miss. We did make we gotta make some sort of move. It's just like we don't know what it's gonna be. So we're all kind of on pins and needles a little bit, waiting for the bullpen ad. We made an interesting trade with the White Sox that backs up. We got hurt. Connor Griffin got hurt. He hurt his knuckle and he's going to be out for 2 months. It was the weirdest injury. Man, they're really grinding into this high. I'll pull NQ's Dom over here so you can see it. They're just like doing very interesting things up here. Getting filled. There was this dude here at 72. Worked through him. A bunch on the bid. Still holding. Pressing into this high. This is my first range extension right here at 89. At 90, basically, 890. So if we clear this, that's a good path to 930.
Nice.
Okay, there's London close.
I just got a bull trend notification on the M2K or the Russell. I do, for those of you guys who will trade CL, got my order here at 79.55 to go short, so we'll see. Get up in there. We'll backing off here.
Gotta reset this. See some ads here. This is what I'm looking for. This 80 reaction. Not great for now. Let's see if we can get back through them on this retest. Yes, so much cleaner.
Thank you, Matthias. Is that how I pronounce that, Matthias? Sometimes it's hard with these names, you never know. Is it Matt Zeus? Matthias?
Take a pretty tight trade here. I liked that. There's a little print down into 74.75 that seemed to exhaust. NQ needs to get back above 880 for this to work. Nope. Dead. Oh well. All right, so this seller's on sides now.
Don't fall from these highs. We'll go picking up again. Jimmy Shadow, to be fair, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yikes. Okay, we had a single print on NQ for 10 seconds, but it did not confirm. Tricky business up here. Did the Dow and Russell turn? Had to be something.
I don't know, but I'm about to get filled on my short CL trade here. So
Okay.
that's gonna need to hold. That short in CL is gonna need to hold if I think we're going any lower, or sorry, higher in the indexes. Otherwise, we're kind of drifting back in on this gold trade too that I got. So stops above my entry, but I don't like the failure from highs here right now.
Left some holes in the auction on the way down there. Okay, there's that filled. Okay.
It's my CL order across my screen. Mahar, did you watch my previous edge? Are you demanding more? I want more edge.
That's my buddy Omni. He's cool. Morning, Omni. How are you?
See this little red box indicator I have? That's when I'm entering that resistance. Also, we have a couple of, these are trend bars, these arrow downs. That kind of tells you that trend is. And we had 3 of them. 1, 2, 3 here. And then we rotated all the way back down to lows. I do think oil at this point, like just the structure of it, is a little weaker than it has been. We're pretty extended. I am still bullish on the higher time frame, but we broke down through a lot of lows and just kind of reverse structure. And this is the first rally really since we've sold off. And looks like you all are front running me now because I just came a few points away from that entry and I'm not getting it.
I don't want to initiate here. I like this node. I like the Delta flip. The 75.85 guy just parked on the book.
ER, if you love my ATR stuff, you should get my automatic ATR brackets. Makes it real easy.
Yeah, Omni's a big ATR enjoyer. Last I checked.
Nothing to be ashamed of. If you love ATRs, you can tell the world.
Stop hiding your love for ATR.
It's
okay. We accept you. We accept you here.
You do. Come on, give me my flip.
Yeah, Paulo, I don't hate it. But
Dude. I have to move that order. And there it is. All right. So upon entry, set this timer. If I don't get a reaction, I'm either going to reduce or move my stop lower in 25 minutes. So right after we're getting off here, it is 11:40 in New York.
Just trying to see some initiation, and like I don't.
Yeah, I'm worried we're going to go right back to like 73s in the ES here. 73, 74. But this oil short I just got in can hold it. That's good.
That's the other side of the node. NQ looks fine. It's just ES. It's just really not stoked right now.
To be fair, I'm surprised I'm selling oil too as well, but
Okay.
it's
Let's
the
see
way
if I can
we
get this 85 guy out of the way here. Nope.
Right, well, gold is about to come back to my entry. Which will make me sit on hands in that market. There we go. I got one more thing below it, like 86 is in gold. That's it.
Okay. Ooh, it's very mad. She's angry. Ah! Dang it. Nope. RIP.
Kind of breakout failure. Back into the range. Back into the range.
Too soon.
Worse with the comment, mission accomplished is not my view after today's data.
I didn't hate it. I guess that was fine. There was definitely reaction there at 81, but they really stepped on it. The thing I was looking at is this bid. It's 85 guy. They lifted 346. They stepped back on him. So like bid was still happy here. Same thing happened here at 81. Obviously, we've made a bunch of volume below it now, but this is why I got in that there at 81. Timing just not great. That's all right. You cannot, in fact, win them all. It's going to do this.
Here we go.
Pain.
Oh, I know. Oh, I wonder if this is just a sweep here in the gold market too. Just enter that. We enter my gold kisser. They swept me out. He swept me out. Yeah.
I shall now resist the urge to try to recreate the trade that I missed.
This is going back to what we talked about when we started, though, the overtrading. You're making the right decision.
Yep.
And
Yep. The thing that I remind myself of often when this sort of shit happens to me, which is a lot, is this trade that I tried, long 81, this was not this trade that's working. The trade that's working was, long these prices down here, wait for this side of the V. So I was in a trade that was wrong. I can't hindsight it with this. This is now working on the other side of it. This is a different trade. I was one trade early. And I will meditate on that fact.
Gal went right to the prior low of the day there and got a nice bid. So I do think for the remainder of the day, though, these lows are pretty important.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be one of two things. One, choppy, or really a move down, but does seem to be bidding pretty nicely on this.
I'll put my hands back here. They can't do anything if they're on the top of your hat.
Very good point. Sometimes you got to do that.
All right, Paulo, do you stay in? Good. I will borrow your trade. I don't know. There's definitely a seller up there at 880 too. So they might not be done. I don't know. Maybe they want to go check out the other side of this. Oh, that's right. Next up on Develop Your Edge, our boy Nick. He's going to be Thursday, 4 p.m. Oh, good. Thanks, Rich Pocket. I'm glad. No one should be full porting a news candle. A practice made popular by maniacs on the internet, but it's not good for you.
Yeah. For anything immediately after. If you're ever curious what you should do after a big news scandal that kind of scares you, wait 25 minutes. Wait for a setup. The algos either are overreacting. I mean, you're gonna get caught if you didn't have a planned trade already.
Yeah, I mean, I just mark the high and low of that volume candle if it's a big volume candle that comes in. And I try to realize that everything inside of it, until I see how one side of that thing reacts, is probably just as confused as I am. Because they don't know. Algos are just doing algo things. This long's not looking awesome for continuation either. This is a good high on ES as well. I'd probably need to wait for the other side of this range in general. When ES cools off like this and this flattens out, we've spent plenty of time on the inside of it. We got through, I guess we got the weekly view up. But NQ's story also, like this guy here, all of this that is now this seller that's on sides, like this guy sold for quite a lot here, quite a lot here. We got above him and he was support for like, I don't know, maybe all of 50 points. But now this dude's on sides. I never try to assume I know what the dead body setup is, but this doesn't not look like it to me. This is a lot of volume that's left up here and a seller that is on sides. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that this can cruise down here to, I don't know, I'll check it out here. This 665 is a nice spot today too. Yeah, see, now we've made a lower low.
Yeah. Just move my stop up to 757 there in the NQs.
Okay. I feel good I didn't chase that.
Hey, you listen to your rules.
Whew. It's hard. It's hard to listen to your rules. I want to listen to my lizard brain that screams, you missed it. And that's what happens. The lizard brain says, get in that trade. But
I had this trading office with a friend of mine, and we kept a can of Spam on the table, and we would always say that if we broke our rules, we had to eat the can of Spam for lunch. And we would just look at that Spam and dude, the repercussions of breaking like the known rules and like having an accountability partner right there to force you to eat that can of Spam really kept those rules working.
Yep.
Yo,
What's up, Jim? Good morning, brother.
Good job.
How you doing?
Pretty good, man.
Good.
Pretty good. Stowe, you look like you're flat. Jack looks like he's busy.
I'm busy. Got a lot going on right now.
Yeah. How you feeling about these trades, Jack?
As we go into the remainder of lunch, it's always can be a little choppy. And the indexes, my trade location on my indexes trades are great. I've moved those stops up. I just got in these other two. Gold, if we don't hold here, I'm thinking is going to wipe out that candle to the upside, to be honest. If we don't hold this area, I think we're going to be back at 40-30, 40-20 by tomorrow. That'd be my next level of support. I think, overall between the four of them, I think I'm going to turn out positive, but only time can tell. I've moved I'm locked in for profits. I've taken a partial in the ES. I haven't taken any partial in the NQ, but I'm locked in for like 100 and some points. And really just concerned about my most recent entries, because anytime I take an entry, it's before I take a third off. And those are the most nerve-wracking parts. I got my little timer that we talked about going on here at 11 minutes, and that's from my oil entry. So that stop will at least be tightened up when this thing goes off here, and it'll go off at about 12:05, I guess, New York time. And then I'll be moving that stop down or taking a third of my position off. But I do think that we can at least roll back and maybe retest the $78 in CL. We have been seeing selling pressure all day long from at least a New York open, I should say. And so I kind of like this as like really the first pop to sell into.
Are you talking 79 even or 79 spot 99?
So
I'm sorry, any 78 French?
78 even. 78 okay. Even is where I'm looking for like us to maybe kind of retest. My first targets are 78.60, 78.50 area in CL. My current stop is 80.30, but I'm going to be moving that down in about 10 minutes. But yeah, looks like I'm going to get taken out here on my trail in NQ.
I appreciate that. I'm taking notes, everybody. It's okay to take notes when these guys say stuff like this and then think about it. Stowe, what are you thinking for this afternoon, if anything?
Honestly, man, I should probably pack it up. I've been banged around a little bit today, and I have a lot of external factors. I got to get ready to leave. I got to change my guitar strings. I got a bunch of stuff in the back of my mind that is not trading related.
Got it.
We've rotated back into value both on ES and NQ. If I was gonna take a trade, it would be at 665 again. But we have a ways to go. Maybe I'll just put this on the TV and watch it for later, but I don't know. A seller appeared for sure. I think my edge is a little dull, and we're in the middle of we're at the point of control, biggest nodes on both indexes that I trade today. So
awesome.
I think I'm good.
All right. So before we go, everybody, hang tight. We got a couple of very important announcements.
Yes.
Starting tomorrow, Wednesday, 4 p.m. East Coast time, retail therapy session. Jared Tendler, special event. Come to the chat if you can get in there with some questions. There he is. There's Jared right there on the screen. Live coaching sessions with a couple of traders, regular real day traders like me and you guys. So he's going to be doing some analysis and helping some folks out. It's a really great session that we have every once in a while. That's kind of number one. Now, there's more stuff, guys. We're not done yet. We have Develop Your Edge with Nick. That's going to be Thursday at 4 p.m. East Coast time. There he is. How to find A+, not A or A- setups, but A+ setups for no zone trades. So that's going to be good. That no zone trades part is going to be super important. So that's Thursday at 4. Totally looking forward to that as well. Now, Monday the 20th, One Arena, $5,000 in total cash prizes, zero chill. Watch Tanya Halloumi and Selma battle it out on the Micro Showdown. And that's going to start Monday, the 20th, 9 a.m. start time. Looking forward to that. That's going to be super awesome, you guys.
Nice.
It's good. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Ladies are going to battle it out. Lastly, but not leastly, is that a thing? Could I say that? Discord launch next week. Just ask people to click and I'm reading the script again. My bad. I know. Well, sometimes when it's later in the day. No, so click the invite, folks, for sure, and join the community. It's going to be a lot of fun. Deli and AJ are doing a special kickoff. AJ from Lucent doing a special kickoff. I'm going to be in there on occasion. Shai's going to be in there on occasion. Craig's going to be in there. It's going to be super fun. So join the Discord if you're into that kind of thing. It's going to be awesome. And also, don't forget to set your notifications for those other special events, guys. I forgot to mention that. You can set your notifications on the actual YouTube channel. So super cool. All right, let's give these guys a round of applause for a job well done, everybody. All right, let's do a real quick. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. We're gonna leap into a real quick edge report, and then we're gonna break for lunch and get ready for XYZ, Selma, and Joey for trading the close today.
All right, thanks, guys. Stay classy, San Diego.
All right, I want to show you some. I'm gonna pull over a web browser, guys. E-mini S&P, and I just want to talk about this. This is Edgeful. They have data related to it's called the CPI performance report. They have one for the Fed announcements as well, but it kind of it tracks the day before, the day of, and the day after a CPI print is released. Now I have this set for E-mini S&P, and I have a 2-year look back, right? You could adjust your look back, go to the lower left here. You could customize it. You can go all the way back 5 years if you want. I'm just looking back for 2 years to see what the S&P did during CPI. It's super handy, kind of helps you with your bias a little bit, and it's not foolproof, but look at this stat. For the last 2 years, we've had a 0.07% performance on CPI day. But look at tomorrow, 0.97%, and that's green. I'm going to scroll down. You could see all the data that I selected, all those 2 years worth of events, what the performance was pre, during, and after. So it's kind of handy, and you could toggle between different markets as well. You're going to see different behaviors between different markets. I'm just pulling up the E-mini S&P just because we're going to talk about it in a second. But that's Edgeful with one L, edgeful.com. This is just chock full of stats, this website here. We could talk about it forever, but it's almost lunchtime, so we're going to keep moving here. E-mini S&P, let's take a peek right now. So keep a track of this session VWAP, this white line right here. We've been walking along it ever since 1 o'clock this morning. And that's, I have this one standard deviation bands around it. It's true. And it's kind of sloped up. We kind of took off right when pretty close right in front of that CPI. And right after that CPI number hit, we've retraced back quite a bit, but we're still above the VWAP. And we have this level right here. See this target wick way over here, 2:30 in the morning? This is the London high, 75.75 spot 25. Got those lines on there, courtesy of Selma. She'll tell you this afternoon how to get them if you want them. And they're on her actual trader profile page on NinjaTrader. We're breaking below that VWAP, but I want to see a confirmation candle before I'm ready to start hitting the sell button at this point. Again, it's lunchtime, as Jack pointed out. Daily pivots in the way. We have all sorts of things in the way. We get all the way down to Jack's 1. That's kind of important, 75.50. Previous session's lows also kind of important, 75.47 on the downside. But we have a really nice area of support here. And this is really, let me just draw a rectangle here, just to, an effort to clutter up my charts a little bit more than they already are. I'm just drawing this rectangle down here just to show you where candles stopped closing, right? Ever since 1:30, a candle stopped closing into this area, into this rectangle. This is bigger picture support. So again, a breakdown here and a break through that could cause trouble. So we'll see if we maintain that. Right now, that VWAP touch is in play. Brian Shannon VWAP touch. We'll see if we hold here or if we close below it. But again, you got to wait for that confirmation candle, whether you're looking at a 10-minute chart, a 15-minute chart, or whatever it is. All right. Well, we are into the end of the session today. I appreciate everybody being here, part of NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up. Set those reminders, folks, for the notifications for all these special events we're having and all the great stuff we're doing. So I appreciate everybody being here with us this morning. Great start of the day. And we will be back at 2 o'clock with Tracy's afternoon update and then the folks trading the close. In the meantime, have a great, relaxing lunch. See you then.